Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 15-part video series showing you how to create AS house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template by clicking on New and then scroll down here, click on Architecture Template and then press OK. And then first thing we're going to do is we're going to save this and then just go to the location that you want to save this. So once you're in the location, you need to click on Option and then here maximum backup. You can put whatever you want, but I suggest at least 5, and then if you're a beginner, keep it around 20 or 10 so that you can come back to anything that if you made an error or anything, you can still come back to that file. So now you need to press OK. You can fill out the name. I'll just leave it like this and then click on Save. So if you type in UN, that's our project unit. We're using millimeters. So here we have millimeters, and then you'll be able to select different ones, but I like millimeters when doing this. So I'm gonna press escape and then press OK with that. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to my architecture, and here we have our grid line. We're gonna add vertical and horizontal grid line, and then here you will be able to select that, or you can type in GR. So GR for short, and then you'll be able to add lines now. So let's start by adding vertical lines. So I'm gonna click below and then above, make sure it's 90 degrees. And if we zoom in, it's number 1 grid line. You can then press escape and then escape again. These are elevation tags. So meaning that whatever we built here, you'll be able to select here and you'll be able to see it. So this is the west, north, south, and then east. So if you have a bigger layout or a bigger floor plan, you'll be able to select that and then drag it, and then you'll be able to move it so that all the model that you created will be seen here. So now let's zoom in here and then select the grid line number 1. And then from here, we'll be able to click under modify, copy, or you can type in CO. Once you type CO, you want to make sure that multiply is checked. So let's check that by selecting that. And then now, what we can do is we can click the grid line again and then put it on the right side. You can then now type the numbers that you need. So I'm going to type 4590, and then that's for the second. So I'm going to press enter. So it will create number 2, then 3940, and then 3925, and then again 2420. So now we have 5 grid lines, and then now we can press escape and then press escape again. Again, we're going to add another grid line, but this one is horizontal. So you can type in GR. That's the same thing as clicking this icon. Now we're going to add it from the right side to the left side. But here it started to create number 6 grid line. So we're gonna press escape and then escape again. You can then zoom in and then select that grid bubble. If you click that twice, you'll be able to change it. So I'm gonna put capital A and then enter. Zoom out, and then now we'll be able to type in CO because it's already selected, and then it's basically the same thing as going to modify and then clicking on copy command. And then multiple is already checked, so that's good. We could then pull it down. So I'm going to pull it down so that we could add the dimensions that we need. Make sure it's 90 degrees. And then now we're going to type in 4530. Next will be 4430. Next one is 5265. Next is 9560. And then lastly, we're going to pull this one a little bit more. 3565. So now we have everything. And then I like it because it's already in the center. We don't need to move it by selecting everything and then just dragging. So it's already in the middle. So I'm happy with that. We're going to add some dimensions. So you can type in DI or clicking this icon. Basically, this one is actually above here, but I rather just add it here so that everybody can see because my screen is cut on this side. So now you can type in DI, and then here you can zoom in. We're going to click on each and every grid line like this. So everything is done, and then we add an overall. Again, let's add each grid line on the horizontal plane and then an overall. We can put it upwards like that. But if you notice, I want to add some grid bubbles on the other side as well. The way you do it is you just need to zoom, select that, and then check it here. So that's the way you add another grid bubble on the ends. So I'm just adding those right here. And then if you notice, I have too much space here that I don't need. If you select one, and if you notice, there is a dash line. Basically, that indicates that if you move this, it will move everyone because everything is aligned. So I'm going to grab it from here, and then I'm going to move it. And notice that everything is moving as well. Okay, so press escape and then escape again. So now we're done adding our grid line. We can then go to our south elevation. So here for the ceiling plan, we don't need it yet. So we're going to move it or close it for now. Here, go to your south elevation. And as you notice, we have level 1 and level 2 created. So here, I'm going to change the name of level 1. So you just need to select. So click it twice, and then afterwards, you can type in, so ground floor. and then you need to say yes. Would you like to rename corresponding view? So it will change this one. If you say no, it won't change this one. So that's fine. And then this one, let's put it as first floor. Press yes. And then here, I want my ground to first floor to be around 300 only. But if you notice here, the tags are overlapping each other. So to fix that, you will need to select the ground floor. And then about here, you'll be able to see that there is a elbow. So you'll be able to add an elbow in order for you to fix any overlappings. So here you can see that there is a zigzag there, a very small zigzag, and you'll be able to click that to add an elbow. This elbow, you will be able to put it upwards or downwards or whatever direction that you want, that you deem that will be best for your layout and for you to be able to read it. So next, I'm gonna select my first floor, and you can use copy just to add this, or you could go to your architecture, and then here you'll be able to add levels. So you can type in LL, and once you put LL, you'll be able to add level 3 or whatever. Or it's easy to just select that, click on copy, or type in CO, grab it from there, pull it up, and then I'm gonna type in 3000. So it's created level 3, and then another one, another 3000 for the roof. But I want to rename this. So again, you need to select and then click and then second floor. This one, we're going to put roof. And then here, we need to pull it up so that we have space here, and in order for this one to be shown. If you notice, under our floor plan, the roof second floor is not showing. In order for this to show, what you need to do is you need to go to view and then go to plan views and then click on floor plan. After this, you'll be able to select this by holding on shift and selecting them both. If you have a lot, you will need to select the ones at the top and then hold on shift, and then you'll be able to select the bottom, and then you'll be able to highlight everything all at once and then press OK. And if you notice, we have it right here. So let's go back to south. So what happens if you didn't pull this one up? So right now, if we go to the roof, everything is showing. All our grid lines, especially 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 grid lines. And I want to show you, if you forgot to pull this up, what will happen is, if you go to roof, it will disappear on this because it's not hitting it. So the only thing you need to do is pull it up, give it some buffer, so you have some space here, and then you will just need to double check in each and elevation. So this one, as you can see, it's still showing, but give it some buffer, so there's some space. So north elevation, we already checked the south, and then the west elevation. Here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna select that, and then we're going to pull it on the other side so that everything is showing. So now that everything is done, what we can do is we can go to our ground floor again, or sorry, our first floor. So now we need to go to our first floor and select that. And then as you can see, we have so many inactive views that confuse us. So sometimes if you have so many things that are open, it probably confuse you, or it will be very hard for your system, your computer to load. So what you need to do is just close this one. So close inactive view. So select that one. It will basically close everything except for the view that you have. And then here, as you know, we have our ground. We put everything, and we have some grid bubbles on each end. We're gonna do that here as well, because we're gonna concentrate on our first floor. So I'm just gonna add that here so that you guys can see where I'm putting all the walls, and you'll be able to follow. Okay, so now I'm gonna zoom in here. So now let's go to our architecture. You can type in WA, but I like clicking on wall so that we could click on whatever we have here. So now our generic 200 millimeters here. This is basically a wall assembly that is completely empty. And we also have some that are not empty and is already loaded. And we have this. So most of the time, like newer Revit, like from Revit 2021 and upwards, we don't have the generic anymore. So what you have to do, so that to empty this out, so to have some generic, is to just click on one of them. And what you have to do is click on edit, duplicate, and then let's just type exterior wall number 1. Press OK, edit, and then from here you'll be able to delete the exterior side of the assembly and then the interior side of the assembly. So now we just need to click on delete, select here, delete the last, only the core boundary and in between the core boundaries are the ones that will not be able to be deleted. Those are the starting point. So here, the thickness, let's put 150. For the materials, so let's select that. And then what I usually add is gypsum wallboard. Press OK, and then OK, and then OK again. So now we can start adding. So here we're going to add. We're going to start on our A1. But before we click anything else, what you have here is base constraint for first floor, and then top constraint is unconnected. And then here you'll be able to change it from here and also here. So now we're going to select here for our top constraint, we want it up to second floor. So now it will calculate and then it will give you 3000. And then here it will change as well once you change that. So you'll be able to select both, or you'll be able to change it in each side. So now you want to make sure that I want wall center line. You can change different ones like the core center line, finish exterior line, finish interior, and those kind of stuff. So what I usually put is wall center line, because I want my grid lines to be in the center of my wall. And then chain is already checked, so we're good. So now zoom in, click A1 up to A5, and then go down up to F5, and then again you need to click here F3, but before we click again, I want an extra 1475 between my 2 and 3 dimensions under F. So here I'm going to type in 1475 extra. And then after that, I'm going to go up, hitting my E grid line. And then here, I'm going to go here to the left side of the E line. And then here, I'm going to select E2, but I'm going to go over again around 565 from the E2. So just extra. And then here, I'm going to hit D line. And then I'm going to go on the left side of the D line around 2260. And then going up, this will be around 22150. And then hitting grid line number 1. And then completely going up to A1. So press escape and then escape again. So we're going to stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to set up our project. We added some grid line, our levels, and then now we're going to continue working on this. As you see, we already have some exterior walls. Now we're going to select that and then type in CS because we're going to continue working on adding some exterior lines here. And then as you know, this is the border, like a border wall. So later on, we're going to change those walls. But as of now, we created those walls so that we can see or visualize all the walls that we have. And then later on, we could just keep on changing it. So here, we're going to start. So I'm going to select the exterior wall, number 1, CS. That's create similar. It's under modify. And basically, this is the one. So it's basically, you'll be able to select one of the components that you already have in the view, and you'll be able to add it like this. So you can add it instantly. So go now and select B1 and add a wall that is spanning 1835. And then going down to 1563, 60 or 65. 1565. And then here 5750. Going down again, it's 850. Going to the span again, around 3150. Going up, and then this is 2465. And then here we need to put 1670. And then from there, we're going to actually just remove this CS, I want to connect this one up to B4. And then once that connected, we could just add a span of 7,500. And then after that, go back onto here, and this will be, so this one should be around 2935. And then go back, going down, this will be up to the grid line D, and close it off like that. Here we're going to expand this, so let's add, so we're going to expand this all the way to the corner. So we need to TR, trim and extend right here. And then later on, we're going to change this to interior wall. And then this one as well, interior wall. So for now, we could just, so actually this is exterior wall as well, half of it. So now, let's create an interior wall just to finish up the layout. So here I'm going to select exterior wall, edit type, duplicate. This will be interior wall number 1. And I'm going to leave the thickness to be 150 and gypsum wallboard as well. And then after that, let's add. So let's add a wall like this that is connecting to this wall. But we need to extend it a bit. So here, let's do 2000 first. And then go down. That's for our storage. And then again, add around 1500. And then go down here and then connect it onto this. This one, let's just change this to interior wall. So let's not complicate things. And then here we could just extend this. And then we have interior wall right here, CS. And then add interior wall, extending that. So I'm just checking this one, interior wall. So let's put this one to exterior. So I'm just double checking what we have right now. And there, I'm good with this. Then again, I'm going to add in another wall around 500 right here. We can make this one actually 700. I think that's, or around 650. I think that's good enough for this size. And then here, we can add in another exterior wall. So let's look for exterior wall, CS. Actually, let's add, because this is interior wall, we need to pull this one up like that. CS, connect this one as an interior wall, but this one we need to connect as a exterior wall. Here we need to create an opening. So I'm selecting that, and then I'm adding an opening similar to that, and you just need to expand this. Then next thing that I want to establish is by adding the stairs. So the stairs is basically on this spot. So let's go to architecture, click on stairs, and we want it from first floor to second floor. And then after that, we need to change this to 12. Press OK. And then now we can begin adding 6. So here you will see that you basically have 6 risers created and then 6 remaining. So now we have 6 on one side and then another 6 on the other side. And then what I usually do is click finish first, and then from here press escape, and then now we could just move it backwards like that. And then we could fix the width. So edit stairs, and then here we could adjust the stairs accordingly, so we don't need that enough gap. And then here we could pull this one. So here we could just put 900, and then here as well 900, and then I want it to be here. Actually, I want it to be pulled on this side. So I'm happy with this. Click finish, and then we need to move this one onto this corner. So here I want it to be going up here, or we could flip it later on. So it depends on what we want. But I think the best is to flip it on the other side, so that you want to come up here, and then this one can be storage below. And then you'll be able to see the people on the living room. So now let's insert load family, and then let's do plumbing first. Let's finish the powder room. So architecture, fixtures, and then here water closet. We could add the 3D if you guys want, but I'm just gonna do the 2D. So open, and then type in CM. It's a good idea to load one at a time, so that you'll be able to use CM, and you don't need to go to architecture, click on component, and then look for your stuff. So it's a good idea to load one at a time, similar to what I'm doing. So go to insert again, load family, go back here, go to sync, and then let's add in vanity sync, which we have right here. Then type in CM, and then move it like that. Here we can just put this one as well onto this side. So I use CS when I do that, so that it's easier. This one I just want to force it to look to this side, so that we can add in the door, and we have a lot of room. And then here we can use detailed line, so that, and then thin line, so that we can add the vanity table like so. So I'm just moving it like that. And then I think we should add in the doors. So let's go to Insert, Load Family, and go back to the main. And then let's look for doors. And then here, go to Residential. And then let's choose a door that we're going to use for the interior. I'm going to use this 2-panel wood. Press open. I'm going to select all of this. So select at the top, scroll down, hold on shift, and then select on the bottom, and then press OK. This is just saying that you're going to load all of the types. Say yes to continue. And then after that, you need to go to architecture. You cannot type in CM because a door is a system family like walls and those kind of stuff, windows. So here we can add in the door. So you can pull this one down and then let's go to 600 by 2. We can make this one 700 by 2000 and then let's add this one right here. So we have enough space. And then here we're going to add an interior wall from the garage. And then here an interior wall for we have the laundry around here. And then we have some storage for this one. Press escape. And then here we're going to select the vanity CS. We're going to add a vanity right here or a sink. And then we're going to insert load vanity. And then we're going to pull in the specialty equipment, domestic, mid-range, and then we're going to add washer and dryer combo. Press open, and then here you can type in CM and then add this one like that. We want it to be in the corner, so let's add that first. I don't want the labels to show, so I'm going to select that, edit type, and then uncheck here. Apply, okay, and then here I'm going to select that, MV to move it. You can also use this icon right here, and then let's move it onto the corner, and then give this one some nudge like that. We have enough space, and then here I'm gonna add in another one because most of the time washer and dryer are a separate machine. So here after that we have our thin lines here, CS, in order to use it quickly. And then let's add in a table right there. You can put this one in the middle if you want to. And then let's add in, so I'm going to go to annotate, detailed line again, but instead of thin line, I want demolish because it's a dash line, and this will provide us or to show that there's storage right here. So here, some shelvings at the top here. This is our storage as well. And then a thin line right here as well. So now we have our storage right here with some shelvings, and then we have our laundry area right here. And then here, let's add in, or let's insert the door. So load here, go back to the doors, residential, and we have the sliding door right here. Click open. Same thing, we're gonna load everything. Hold on shift, select at the end. So we highlight everything and then press OK. And then we need to go back here, click on door, and then we have a sliding door right here that will fit perfectly on this area. Lastly, we're gonna do is we're going to add detailed line, that is the demolish, the dash line, CS on that, so that we could add in some rods. So this will represent the rod, and there we go. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in some of this, especially we added the drawer, the washer and dryer, and then we finalized the storage area, and then we inserted some of the doors. So here we're gonna continue working on this, but let's add or let's insert most of the furniture. So we need to go back to the main, and then here go to furniture, and then click on table. I want to use this one for our table, for our dining table. Click on open, and then type in CM, and then let's add this one like this onto this area. Press escape and then escape again, select that again, and then let's see which is the biggest that they have, which is this one. What we can do is I could show you guys how to edit some of the families. So here we can duplicate this. We can put in dining table, and then here you'll be able to change some of the materials if you want to, and then for the width and length, it's up to you. So here I want this one to be around 1200, and then this one around 3000. So let's see how it looks. So this looks nice. I'm probably going to increase the depth more. So the depth here, let's put in 1500, but the width, let's change this one to 2800. So this is fine. I like the look of this. Let's also load in the coffee table that we're gonna place into our living area. So here, CM, let's add it here, because this is where it will be. Select this one. Let's see if we have different kinds, which we have. Here, I'm going to space bar so that to change orientation. And then here, it's too big, so I'm going to edit type, duplicate it again, and then type in coffee table. And then here, for the length, let's change this to 1650. And then the width, let's change this to 700. So now this one looks too small. I'm going to change this to 800 and this one to 1700. So this is perfect for me. I like the look. So now let's add in some chairs. So I'm going back here and then click on seating. And then here, let's add the seating for the dining area. So I'll choose this M chair drawer, click open, CM, and then let's add this one at the end like so. And then I'm going to add this one also here at the midpoint, and then here again. And then now I'm going to select this, and then I'll choose to mirror it from the axis. We could do this one as well. So here we could just move this one a bit. Select each and all of them by holding on Control button and selecting each one of them. And then you can use this as well, mirror, but this one you need to draw a line in the middle. So basically under modify, there's two kinds of mirror: pick axis and then draw axis. Either way will work. So now we have our dining area right here. Now for the living area, of course we're gonna add in a couch. So let's go insert, load family, and then let's look for this one, M sofa for bowl, and then here type in CM, and we could add this one onto here, but we could make it bigger. So let's make it bigger by selecting that, edit type, let's duplicate this. So sofa number 2, and then for the width, let's make it bigger, so 3000. And then the depth, let's change that to 900. Click OK, and then now we have this big couch or sofa, and then we have a nice one right here. Then let's load more. Let's add in an accent chair, which I'm gonna use this M chair desk, and this one is just to add it here, just for design or extra. And we have a big area for this. So now let's load the entertainment. I'm planning to add something right here up to right here. So let's load the entertainment. So it's under storage, and then here entertainment center, click open, and then CM, and then add it in the midpoint right there. Afterwards, you select that, and then edit type, duplicate, entertainment system, and then here let's put in around 5000, and then the height, let's make this one 2800. I'll tell you why it's 2800 later on. And then here from the center width, we could put this one at 2000. And then the depth, let's change this one to around 400. Click OK, and then now we have this one. Let's move this one right about there so that it's basically flush into the um, wall. And then the way we're gonna look at this is by using section. I'm gonna add a section right there so that we can see it. We can visualize here. So 2800, it's because once we add a floor over at the top, our thickness will be 200. So I want this one to be flush, and I want it to be exactly at the top. So that's why we're putting it at 2800, because I know 3000 is the height of for the first floor to second floor. So that's why we put 2800. We put this one as 2000 because we're going to add in. So we're gonna load in, go back here, and then flat screen TV. CM, let's add it in the middle, like so. And then here, select that. We could change this one to the biggest that they have. We could even edit this. So here you can select and then edit, and then you can change the diagonal of this. So now let's click it here, and then we could pull it up like so. So here, let's move it, MV, and then I'll put it up first, and then it's still not there. So AL, let's align it from this one, because it's gonna sit here. And then here we could change this, duplicate, TV. Diagonal, let's change this to 3000, not 3000, so make it 2000. Let's see. So it looks very nice, and the way it's big. And then for the thickness, we could just edit that as well. For the thickness, let's make this one, instead of 100, let's put it at 70. And then if we see it in our first floor, we'll be able to, if you want to see it, you can change the transparency if you want. Change this to hidden, and then transparency. So let's put it back. And then if we check here, it's looking good. So now we're going to add in. So here we could just delete the section. Maybe later we're going to use that again. But for now, we have this. And then let's add in more. So storage, we have a shelving right here. Click open, CM, and then let's add the shelving right here. If you want it to be exactly, we could. So I'm pressing the tab so that I could base it from the inside here. So 1685. I'm gonna edit this, duplicate, shelf, just to name it. And then here, I'm gonna change the depth. I want this one to be 400. And then for the width, I want this one to be 1685. And then the height, let's make it 2800 as well. Click apply, and then OK. And then now we just need to move it, MV, and then get it from the corner. And then now delete this. So now let's check. So let's add or load more here, especially the side table. So I'm gonna go back here, go back to tables, and then let's check for side tables. I'm going to add this, and then CM, and let's add this one on the end here. And then here we could load in some lightings. So go back to the main lighting, architecture, go to internal, and then let's add in a table lamp. Let's add this one. Click open, CM. So this one, so CM. And then before you click it here, we need to offset this one. So around probably 600. So I'm just estimating it. So we can add it there. If you want to know how to get that accurately, um, to see where it really is, you just need to go add in a section, double click on this section, and then as you can see, we can align it right here and then at the top. So now once you click here, the real offset should be 762. So now you can close this and then delete the section. So using section, it's a big help, especially when you're trying to put in an object on the right height. So you'll be able to add those. Next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add in a really big sliding door here, and then I'm going to provide you guys with that. So it's basically something that I got from the internet that I really like using now, and I'll give you guys a link on this one. So sliding door, drop it here. It will be being upgraded because it was done on 2018. Wait for it to be upgraded. And then once it's ready, let's add it onto this one and also onto this one. So we will be able to add it on multiple areas right here. So for now, I'm going to add it there. I know it's going to give us some error. So let's do this. Let's add it here for now. And then I'm going to measure this. I want to just put it just exactly right here. But I just want to put probably 200 each on each slide. So we need to put this one at 52 for the width. So select this one. Make sure to make this 0. And then we can open this. So I'm going to open this. As you can see, it opened. Edit. The gaps for the top, make it 0, left, and then right. We don't need any gap. But here, for the height of the sliding door, we need to make this one 2800. So that is, it is floor to ceiling. Sliding door, width, like I said, 5200. And then don't worry about those. Apply. And then OK. And then now you just need to put this one in fine so that you can see the handle. And this one should be flipped on the other side. So now we could grab this, pick new host, and then put it right about here. So I'm happy with that. And then let's add this one here as well. So we have different openings on this one. So here I'm gonna grab that CS, but before we add, edit type duplicate, this will be sliding door number 2, and then we just need to make sure to change this to 2500 for now. I'm assuming the width on this. So here we can add it here. So that's fine. Select this one. Make sure that there's no inset that we don't need. And then this one you can just leave it as closed. So this one's good. We have an open and we have a close. So at least you can see that we have some of those ones. And then for the kitchen, we have the kitchen on this side. We can make this one a pantry for the kitchen. So we could close this off later on. And then here we will have a linear or a straight kitchen. This one, we could move this one a bit on the side so that we will have more. So when we have the kitchen, we'll be able to create those. So for now, we're gonna leave it here. Just delete this. And then we did a lot on this video, so I'm happy with our progress. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add more furnitures, and we added a sliding door here. And then now we're gonna continue working on this. I want to concentrate here at the kitchen. So what I'm gonna do first is to add some kitchen stuff here. So go to insert, load family, and we're in the main. And then first thing we're going to add is I want the plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then the sink first. So we're going to add in our sink. So it depends on what you want here. You could add in triple, single, or whatever you want. So we could add the double, press open, and then type in CM, and then add it, and then spacebar to change orientation. Add it around here, and then we're good to go. We're good to go. And then press escape. And then I'm going to select the sink, and it looks like it's too the depth is too big for that. So I'm just going to change this to 450. You can duplicate first, but I'm just gonna change this one because I'm planning to just put this one right about here. So I'm good with this. Then once we add it around near the C line, we could then add in our cabinets. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to architecture, click here under component, model in place, and then generic model. Press OK, and then after that, we're going to add extrusion from the first level. So here, I'm going to click on rectangle. This will be the base, and then we're gonna change the thickness to around 800, and then we're going to push it all the way to the wall. So if you want it to be really exact, AL, select the wall, and then the line. So now we're going to pull this one back like so. Just I'm planning to add this one as a pantry. So pantry storage, and then I'm going to close this off with the interior wall. So I will do that later. So our kitchen will be around here. So the sink, I'm going to push this back a little bit in the center. And then I might change this to 500 actually. Now that I can see the depth, I could change this one as well, like that. So now, just click finish, and then it will ask you for the extrusion end. I'm planning to put this one around, maybe around 900. So the height, and then let's add in a different material. So from here, I want to change this one to something white again. But from the gypsum wallboard, I'm going to click that one. And then click on duplicate selected material. Once we duplicate it, we can change this to paint. So let's make it capital, paint 1. And then press apply and then OK. So I'm going to make this paint 1 and then click finish. Let's see it in 3D. So we have it right about there. And then we're going to add a top, and then also we're going to add a kick plate. So for now, let's go back to first floor. I want to click this one so that we can push this one all the way to the end like that. Okay. And then here, what I want to do is we could just move this one all the way here at the back so that it's not, we have enough space here for the fridge as well. So I'm going to pull this one back, and then here I want to pull this one right in the side right here because I want to put the cooking top right here and then the fridge right here. So I'm giving it some space now. So spacing. So I'm just gonna pull this one right here, add a wall right there. So that will be interior wall. So I'm gonna select interior, CS, that's create similar, and then I'll put it in the middle right here. So now this is closed off. We can push this back all the way to the wall right there. And then after that, we can add in a door. So I'm going to select this one, CS as well, and then space bar to change orientation, and we could just add this one right there, but we can make this one shorter so 600 by 2000, just enough for that. So that will be fine. In terms of storage, same thing. What we're gonna do, we're going to add a line to represent the shelvings like that. and then add this one, CS, and then add it like that. So we added our pantry storage there. Here we could add in our fridge. So insert, load family, go back to the main, and then this one will be specialty equipment, domestic, and then here we have mid-range and then fridge right here. Let's add this one. Open CM spacebar, and then you can put it right there towards the wall, AL, to align it from the wall. And then select the fridge again so that we could click on edit type and uncheck show label. So that's good. Now we could just move this one mostly at the end. This one we could just put this one right there, and then we're gonna add in a case for that. I think it's a good idea to add in a section view so that we could add a view right there once we're doing something else. So select this one, flip this with the arrow, and then we're good to go later on once we're doing some modeling. Again, you could go 3D so that we can see here. Select this one and then edit in place. Now, what we're gonna do is we're going to add in a kick plate. So what we're gonna do is click on void extrusion or void sweep. And then once we click on void sweep, click on path. It will be 3D, so we're gonna click on that one. And then zoom in, rotate it a bit by holding on shift and then holding on the pan. Click finish, go back here, selecting the modify sweep, edit profile. Now we can edit profile. Like I said, it's a void sweep, not void extrusion, okay? And then now we set up our kick plate. So for me, I'm going to put this one around 50 by 70 or 50 by 70 is fine. We can even do 100, but that's fine. And then now select finish. Go back here, select finish again, and then cut geometry. And then we have our kick plate right there. Afterwards, we're going to add in basically the top first before we do some voiding. So go back to first floor so that it's easier for everyone to see. And then here, create extrusion. This will be paint number 2. So under paint, it's already highlighted. Click on duplicate, selected materials, and then just change this to number 2. Apply, OK. And then we want extrusion start at 900 because that's what we use. And then click here, rectangle, right there. And then here we want to extrusion end 925. So only 25 is the thickness. So that's 1 inch. Click finish. And then as you can see, we have our top there. So now we have to do the void. So click on finish first. Like I said earlier, we could go to our section view now. So you don't need to look for it for the section. but you can see it here, section 1, or you can double click here. So whichever you want to do is good as well. So here it's kinda on the bottom, so we can push it on top by just selecting and then using arrow key, or even aligning it properly like this. So now once you see it, it's gonna be there. Like I said earlier, I want to change this one to 500. So that's good. And then we could move this one right about in the front like that. And then again, what we could do is we could select this one again, edit in place, and then now select create, and then create void extrusion. And then we just need to select the area that we need to void, which is this one. I usually just give a little bit on the side so that it doesn't so that we can see the ones on the side here. So that looks good. Click on finish and then look at it at 3D, and then hopefully we could expand this one all the way up, and then especially at the bottom. Click on cut geometry. We're seeing it now, so that means it's good, and then click on finish. So now everything is looking good. It's showing the bottom, so we're good like that. Then now we can add in our cooktop. What I'm gonna do is I'm just going to go to insert, load family, and then cooktop electric. I'll use the gas one. CM. Now that knowing that we have an island, probably I'm going to, this one is still good because we can still add the island right about here, so we still have the triangle. So it's usually like the triangle where everything should be located. So we still have that. We could just move this one right about here, and then we could have more space here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna leave it like that, but we need to do some casing here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my section. We can move this one on the side so that we could have a proper view here. And I just want to know what's this one. Okay, so that's one there. But let's go back to section, and I just want to add in the case for this one. So here, let's go back to architecture model, in place, and then generic model. This will be number 2, generic model. I'm going to use an extrusion. Pick a plane, which is this wall. And then we're going to change this to paint number 2. So duplicate this again. Duplicate this and then paint number 3. And then click apply and then OK. And then now we need to do a rectangle. And then we need to set those ones to 0 so that this one 0, and then this one should be, I think, 800 as well. We could just move it depending on what we want. And then here we're going to click on rectangle again. We're doing a case. Then I'll delete this SL, that's split element, which is right here, and then TR, that's trim and extend, which is right there. That's all under modify command or modify. And then here we need to move this one all the way. We need an exact 280 2800. So 200 for the floor later on. So it's gonna be sitting right here. So that's why I don't want it to force up to 3000. So that's good. We could just click finish, and then we could check it first before we click the last finish. We can extend this one, so we could look at first floor. So select that, and then click on right about there. That's fine. So we still have some room. So click finish. Here we could just extend it all the way to here so that everything is connected. And then go to section. I don't want any gap. Here I could just move this one like that. So that's looking good. So we could finish with the front. So I'm going to set this up similar to what we did on others, which will go with generic model and then extrusion. Pick a plane. You need to select this plane. And then after that, it's not an extrusion like that. It needs to be 25 only. So the thickness will be 25. And then this paint should be the paint of the first one. Because we've started extruding it from the first floor. Now we're going to extrude it from the section with this plane. So the case and the door is completely the same, should be same material. Now we're going to add a rectangle with an offset of 10. So select that. We want it from the inside, so space bar so that it's from the inside. Select that there and then press escape. Usually I look for the midpoint, but because this is where our sink is, most of the time you need to have something in the middle there. And then I'm going to select here. I'm going to offset it to 5 so that I will have it on the center like that. And then delete the one in the middle. So that's good. I'm going to use copy. What I'm going to do, so yeah, I'm just going to click on copy. I'm going to add it 500 from here and then escape. Select this, CO, that's copy, and then 500 again from there. So that's perfect. And then let's just keep on copying. Make sure multiple is there. Selected. And then 500. So that we're consistent. And then here, probably let's just add it roughly in the middle like this. I know it's not 500, but what can we do? We need some. So 500 here, and then I think that's good enough. And then we're going to add line again, right about here. So for drawers, so offset this to 10, and then add it there. And then now we could just select and then copy. And then we're just going to estimate it there. copy here. We're going to add it right there, and maybe right here as well. And then we're going to add in SL, that's split element. So we're going to split element here, and every intersection from here. Even at the bottom, right here as well. SL again, here, right here, and then let's go below here, and then right here. It's more work, but it will give more design. Instead of 25, let's put it at 10 only. And then I want to add one more right here. So I'm gonna create a copy and maybe in the middle here. And then SL again to add some right there. So I'm gonna start here. So TR, trim and extend. And then let's start here now. So that nothing is intersecting. Okay. It's gonna tell us if something is intersecting anyway. So you can be bold with doing this. But for me, if I miss something, it's fine. I can just go back later on. It's not the end of the world. It's even gonna remind us that this one is over, um, and then we can fix it. So if you miss something, which usually what happens, it's fixable. It doesn't need to be perfect one shot. Okay, so that's good. And then now you just need to click finish. And then if you see it in 3D, it looks much better. Click finish. And then what I'm gonna do as well is I'm gonna use AL, so align. So I'm going to align it from this face also with this face. So now it's hanging there. So you can see the difference of the kitchen now. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create the kitchen. We started with the base, we added the sink, and then we added the fridge with the casing on it. So now we're going to continue working on this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add in the top cabinet or the cupboard. So now what we're going to do is we're going to add it from this wall. So we created the section as well. And then from this wall, we're going to extrude it. So let's start by clicking on architecture, model in place again. Let's save this first so that we don't lose any. And then here, another generic model. Press OK. And then here, we're going to use extrusion. And then it's going to ask us to pick a plane, which we're going to use this wall right here. And then right now, we're going to change the paint. This will be the ones that we're going to use. Duplicate this paint 1. Now this will be paint number 4. Click apply and then OK. And then we're gonna add this one right about here. Press escape and then escape again. And then let's measure out around 750 would be good. And then we're gonna go and add something at the top there. And then here 700, we're going to put this one a little bit down from here so that we have some spacing, proper spacing, and it's not too high. Click on finish, and then here the thickness probably around 500 or 450. Click apply, and then let's look at it at 3D first. And then from the first floor. I think that's good enough. So now it's not showing in our first floor, but what we're gonna do is once we click finish, it will show. So that's good enough. 450. Let's go back to section and then create model in place again. This will be the drawers. Sorry, go back, cancel that. Needs to be generic model. And then let's create an extrusion from there. Pick a plane. We're going to use this plane. So we want it from the front there. Now the extrusion 10 will be good. And then we're going to use the last one. So paint 4. And then now click on rectangle. And then here, what we're going to do is we're going to offset this to 10. And then from the inside again. So space bar. And then select it there. Here, we're going to select this one and then just nudge it one more so that we have more space at the top there. Once that's ready, what we're gonna do is we're going to create, if you don't want to do this, we could just align it. You don't need to do this. You could just use align, but I want to do it instantly. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to select that one, copy, and then create and check multiple, and then from here I'm gonna grab it, and then we could just keep on selecting like that. So I think it's fast as well. We don't need to keep on doing align, but it's up to you what you do. I'm just showing you the things that will make it fast. SL, so that's trim and extend. This is split element, and then we're going to do trim and extend afterwards. So I'm just going around all the gaps, and then once you finish at the top, you need to do the ones at the bottom. Okay, and then now TR, trim and extend. There we go. Just do the bottom now. Okay, and then at the top as well. And then the handles for this, I'm going to provide you guys. So it will be in the second link. So it will be a face-based family. So we can even add it when we're doing it in 3D. So it will be fast. So click on finish and then finish again. So now we have something that looks like that. We just need to add another one at the top so that it looks nice. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the section again. You can either create another one from here by using model in place, generic model, and then this will be generic model number 6. Extrusion, pick a plane, will be this wall again, and then different paint. Let's duplicate this, and then this will be paint number 5. Apply, okay, and then now create this one, and then going like that. For the thickness, let's do 600. Apply, and then okay. Let's look at it. We can give it more if we want to. So we could create something like this. We could add in some lights at the top there. Click on finish, and then we have something that looks like this. And then for the handles, I'm going to just drop it, this one right there. It will be loaded there now. And as you can see, it's a face space. So you can add it on this face, even on the top right here, depending on you want. So it's a very easy family that I created, and I'm just gonna give it to you guys for free, of course. You just need to download. So now it will be on the second link from the description, part 1. So most of the time, all the download link will be on the part 1 description. So I'm going to add it there. I'm going to add it right here, so spacebar. And then from there, I'm going to base everything. This one as well. This one has a different extrusion point, so that's why we need to add something like this. This is for all the drawers. This is for the hinge door. So now after that, I go to section. After I load those, I go to section, and then I'm going to move this one to the correct spot that I think that would be very nice. This one, I just put it in the middle like that. So just for looking, I'm just eyeballing it. And then here, what I do is I go and click on mirror. Roughly in the middle like that. And I base it from there. So now I'm gonna add it here, here, and then lastly here. So I'm gonna select both of them, create a copy. So select copy or CO, and then I'll grab it from this side. Now once I place it here, it needs to be on that side. There, on that corner, so that will be your reference point. So now everything is added like that. Now I'm gonna do the same thing right here. And then here, I just need to put it in the middle once I add it from this side. I'm going to focus on this one first. Put it in the middle like that. It's up to you if you want to do it exactly in the middle and same depth. So here, I think we need to add it first right here. And then from this side, we could just delete. Because most of the time, you need some hinge doors in the middle here for plumbing and everything. And then now we should just delete on this side. So now it looks much better. For this one, I'm gonna create a copy and I'm gonna look for the midpoint, and that will be my reference. And then after that, copy again from the midpoint right there, and then right here, and then from here I could just move this one or delete that and then just move this one. So now it looks good. Everything looks much better. If we see it in 3D, it looks like a kitchen now. So now let's start with the island. So the island, we're going to go to first floor, and then here we could just move this one later on. So I'm gonna move this one. So this is the section, I'm just moving it on this side. So now let's create the island, which will be the same thing as a model in place extrusion with a generic model categorize. Click on extrusion. It will be, should be a rectangle, and then around this. That's more than enough space and size for this. So now if I give you the dimension, it's maybe we could put this one at 1400, and then this one should be probably we could push this one to 2500. And then as you can see, we have so much space here. So spacing is not a problem, and then we could add in more right here in terms of the what you call seating. This will be an overhang. So this is the base of it, and then we're gonna put an overhang right here for the chairs. So now we have the rectangle. Like I said, 1400. We can even put this one as 1500, but that's too much now. So 2500 as well. 2500 by 1400. Let's extrude it up to 900 so that it's similar to the height right here. And then in terms of the material, let's create a material for this and for the top. But we're just going to duplicate this, change the name so that once we go to Twinmotion, we could change different kinds of materials depending on the paint that we use. Now we could click on finish, and then don't click on finish again because we're gonna create a top from there. So another extrusion, we're going to use, so click on finish first. So delete this, finish here, select this again, edit it and in place, and then create another extrusion. We're going to select, so set, pick a plane, and then we're going to select the top here so that we could just put 25. And then now change the material. So duplicate this. This will be number 7. Click apply. Okay. And then now another rectangle. And for this one, we're just going to put some space. So 1700 now. And then after that, click on finish. Let's look at it at 3D. So it's looking like that. We're going to add some void around here. So similar to what we did here, we're going to add a kick plate. So select that. And then here, we're going to create a void sweep. Pick a path, select that right here as well, right here, and then all around. So that's good. After that, click on finish, click on modify again so that we can select edit profile. And then now we just need to add the rectangle like that. And then from here, we did 50 there. And then here is 80. That's fine. Click on finish. And then click finish. And then click on cut geometry. Now everything is cut around it. Click on finish again. And then just click on first floor. And then let's add our chairs. So go back to the main, furniture, seating, and then let's add this chair. CM, add it right about here, there, and right there. Afterwards, let's add in, I'll go back to insert, let's add the cooktop. So go back to specialty equipment, domestic, we're going to add the gas. So CM, sorry, the gas, I think, I don't know if we load it. So here, select open, CM, or it's probably already loaded. So we could click here. And then I think we could select here and then gas. So it's right here. We could add it onto this spot. And then the elevation from level is 925. I think that's perfect, but we could double check. We can double check from the section. So that looks really good. So it goes with the face, so that's perfect. And then now click on this one. I don't want the label to be shown. I'm just gonna click apply and then OK. And then now let's load in the hood. So we need the hood that is for, I think it's in the high end. Hood for the island. So that's now will be our hood. So CM. So vent hood, let's put it obviously below the, right there, edit, and then uncheck that. Double check it from the section. I think it's below here. That's why it's not being shown. What you can do is you can go here, graphic display, transparency, just add, and then as you can see, it's around here. So we could just pull it upwards like that. Okay, just pull it upwards like that. We can move it I think we could just put it just about on this side, and then we could just extend this one all the way to the top of here. And then just undo what you did here, graphic display, transparency, apply, and then OK. So now I think everything is ready for our kitchen. We have added everything that we think of, and then everything looks nice. Let's add in some more details, especially for our backsplash right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to use component model in place, another generic model, and then add in a backsplash there. Extrusion, pick a plane. Again, this will be the wall, and then I wanted the thickness to be around 10 only. And then different paint again. So duplicate. This will be 8. Apply, OK. And then now let's add in the paint. Adding it right there up to right here. Okay, I'm just double checking what we did, and then click on finish. So we add it right here. I'm just going to add it right about here as well. So click on finish first, and then we're going to add another section facing only on this side. So I'm gonna flip this, then on this side. So now we're going to do the same thing by just adding it only on this wall. That will be fine. Modify, generic model. This will be 9. Extrusion, pick a plane, will be this wall. So that's perfect. Paint number 8, which we did as well on the other one. And then just right there. So I'm going to use align to align it at the top there, and then to align it from here. And once you're done, click finish, finish, and then there we have it. You can even extend it all the way at the top here, but that's something that you could do depending on what you want to do. I think this is good enough, and that looks perfect. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish off the kitchen right here. So now we can delete this now. And then once we delete, we'll be able to add in our floors. So let's go to architecture and click on floor. And then from here, we could edit type, duplicate, and then we could put this one as floor number 1, and then OK. Edit, and the thickness should be around 200 only. And then here, let's put in grass first. So let's type in grass, and then let's add grass at the top, apply, and then OK, OK, and then OK. So we're gonna add grass around this area, and then we could even add in a pool later on if we want. But for now, let's add in the grass. So we're gonna add the floor around here up to here. So I'm just going to align it from this wall. I'm still thinking if we should add grass here as well. But what we could do is um, we could finalize everything once we add this one. So let's add this for now and keep on adding different floors. So here is a grass floor. Click on floor again, edit type, duplicate, and we want another floor, but for the deck. So for the deck, we need wood, and then we're just going to add something like, let's add pine. So this will be the area for the deck. And then let's add, to make it faster, we could just add it like that. Trim, delete this one, and we could delete this one, and then TR again. So this will be our deck area. Click finish. And then here, let's add in another floor. This will be floor number 3. And then from here, let's edit, and then let's change the material to something different. We could add in some stone. No, we're not gonna use stone. Let's check miscellaneous. We have slab here. Let's use this one, slab. Press OK and then OK. And then here, what we're gonna do is we're going to add in some design like that. And then around that, we're going to add pebbles. So this will be the walking area for the side here. And then let's maintain the distance from here. So let's make this one 1600. And then for the depth, 700 will be good. And then let's move it this one in the middle like so. After that, we could just use copy and then keep on adding probably every 1000. So let's just maintain every 1000 for the floor. And then here, we could just move this one from this so that once they open, they will be able to get it from there. So copy, and then here we have something overlapping. So what we're gonna do here is we're just going to place something like that, around 400. And then that's good. I like that. So click on finish. And then let's add in another floor, like the pebbles around it. So edit, duplicate, 4, and then the materials. We need some pebble. Hopefully we have. So we don't have, so we're just going to add something that is we have here, but we could, once we go to Twinmotion, we could add the pebbles there instead. So here let's use this for now, just to represent that. So here, press OK, OK, rectangle again. And then here, we just need to do the same thing. CO, copy from the corner. And then here, let's just push this one like that. So for here, we could just delete this, and then we could just add this one like so. And then once you finish, you can just click finish right there. And then with that, we could just increase this offset to the level. So we could increase it by just a couple of millimeters. So 20 will be good enough. And as you can see, we're good. We have grass here for now. We could add in some pool later on. Let's insert some tables right here outside. So let's go to furniture and then table, and then we could add something, table with round chair. Press OK, CM. So let's insert it again with round chair, and then CM. We could add it right here, and then maybe they have a small dimension, so those chairs right there, and then add chairs on this side. Something like that would be good. And then some tables right there. And then just pull this back. Oops. So just do this and then pull it back like that. So you have some space, and we have something like that. You could even put some barbecue grill here. That will look nice. And then the floors for the garage is different as well. So we need to differentiate all those stuff so that we're good. So edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 5. For the garage, it should be concrete. So let's add in a concrete finish. And then maybe we could just add this one. Click apply, OK. And then here we could just add it from here. So we're good here. And then now we need something around here. And then at the back is different as well. This one will be stone. That's why I said earlier that we should use stone, because stone is something that we usually add for the first floor. So now let's click on floor again, edit, duplicate, floor number 6 now. This one will be stone. Let's go down here, click on stone, and let's add something, this one for now. Okay, okay, and then now let's add a stone. Let's use pick line, and let's go around the perimeter. and then the perimeter right here, and then the entrance. Sorry, I made a mistake of adding it in the interior wall. It should be exterior wall. And then delete this. And then now we should trim and extend. Don't worry if we miss anything. It will let us know if we do. Okay, so now click finish. So we're good with that. And then now only on this spot now. Maybe concrete as well here. So floor, edit type, duplicate, floor number 7. And then like I said, will be concrete. Let's use this. And use rectangle. Just to go around and then finish. For this one, I think it's overlapping on this spot, but I don't worry about that. So that will be fine. I want to see it in 3D. So it looks like everything is good. We're probably gonna add a pole right here. So that will be fine. So let's do it now. I'm going to select this one. So edit boundary. So from this, we could make our pole size. Let's move it a bit at the back like that. So once we create this, it will be the opening of the pole. So if we go to 3D, it's now open. Next thing is we're going to add walls around, and then we're going to from first floor to ground floor. We don't need to show a deep because we could change it from Twinmotion. So now I'm gonna create a wall. This one, edit type, duplicate. This will be whole wall. Press OK, edit, and then the material. Most of the time is tiles. So let's go to a tile. And then here we don't have enough, but we could just use mosaic. Click apply, OK, and then OK. And then OK. Now, base should be from ground floor up to first floor. And then use this. I'm gonna add it like that for now so that we could just align it. AL on the exterior of the wall. Look at it at 3D. Select that. Let's change this again. Base is ground floor up to first floor. Click apply. Now it's just small like that, but that's fine. We don't need to make this too complicated. And then now what I'm gonna use is we could use floor and then edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 8, but the material should be the same one as we did. So we use tile. It was mosaic gray. We already have it here. Apply, okay, and then okay. This will be floor for the ground. So now we're just going to add a floor for that, and then we change the level. So now it will look like this. We have a floor, and then for the water, we need to add that one as well. So go to first floor, and then here I'm gonna use model in place. Generic model, and then press OK. Extrusion, it will be water. So type in water there, and then we could use this. Apply, OK, and then the reason that I'm using generic model here so that we could change the height of the water. So click that, finish, and then now go to 3D again, and then select that, and then we could just manipulate the height of the water. So we could just pull it down like so. We could move it down more, and as you can see, we can show it like that now. Okay, so that's good. So now we have our pool, and we could add in the pool ladder here later on. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add the floors on different area of this project. Like I said, we have a pool here, we have a grass, we have some pebbles, we have some concrete slab for people to walk onto, and then we also have some deck, and of course for the house as well. We added the pool, and then now we're just going to add some curtain wall that will be our window, and then after that we're also going to add in our garage door. So for now, let's start with the garage door. So we're gonna go insert, load family, and then go back to the main, and then look for doors, and then go to residential, and then we have some garage doors right here. So I like using this because in Twinmotion I could put in different kinds of wood. Usually I use wood plank for this, so I like using this. So I'm gonna load that in. You won't be able to use your CM because this is a door family, it's a system family. So using CM won't do anything. So here I'm going to add this one, and then from here we could edit the size of this. So right now it's 2400 by 2100. We can edit type. We can also duplicate, but I know we're just gonna use this once. So from here we could just edit. So I'm gonna edit the width first, and then Later on, once we created our design, we could change the height and whatever width. So for now, we could just add in the width. I'm going to estimate the size probably around 5,000, and then we could just keep on going once we have. So here, so two cars probably right here, but we could just add this one as storage area. So I'm gonna expand this more, not just 5,000. So click on edit type again. Maybe 6,000 would be sufficient. And then just moving it on this side. I think that looks nice. And then we could just add some storage right here. I'm just going to add in some lines just to represent the storages. Or we could use something like this for the shelvings. So I could use this. So here, I'm gonna go CS and then spacebar to rotate it. And then we could just add this one, some shelvings right here. So same idea, we could just add there. I'm gonna push it right to the edge right here. And then we could just create a copy after. So copy, multiple is already checked, and then grab it from the corner so that we could add it from the corner. So everything is connected. So we can just stop here for now. So like that. Also, I'm thinking of double doors here. So let's go back to insert, load family, and we're already in the door. So I want a glass door. So I think that one is perfect, this one. So click on open. Let's load the biggest that they have. 16, 17, and 18. And then, or let's add the, but we're gonna maintain the 2000. So 15, 16, 17, and 18. Let's just load that. Press OK. And then now, similar, it's a door family. We could just click it here. You can add now and then change, but you could do this as well. So let's add this one, something like that. And then I want an access from here as well. So I'm gonna delete this and then add in a door right about here, so that you can still access the garage from here and also from the border area compound as well. So they could park it here, they could go outside instantly, and then here they could go inside from here. They don't need to go around. So that's the idea. They can even go here and go here inside the dirty kitchen, and then come here to the kitchen as well. So that looks nice. I like that we added the doors already to finalize the design. And then now we could add in some curtain wall, which will be our, so just click on wall. This will be our windows. So curtain wall. And then usually I add it from the inside. So this is perfect. I added in the midpoint of the wall. And then right now I'm just going to add it. We could just add something like this. Make it 500. And then add again one more. So we could just copy. We don't need to create, and then let's add it like that. And then here we could just move this one right here on the edge, and then we could add in some credenza table here. That will be nice with the windows shining in through. So that will be a nice addition. So go to insert, load family, and then go to storage. So go back to the main look for storage. Um, so furniture first, and then storage. There we go. And then we have the credenza here, and then click open. I don't know if it's already included there or here. We just load it. AL, add it there. Oops. And then AL again to go here. If you think it's too big, you could just edit and you can change the depth here. 550 perhaps is good, or just 500. There we go. So that's good enough. And we could just move this one and kind of center it. So now once they go out here, you can put in some design here, some vase, and then some another vase here to put in some keys and everything like that. So plants and then whatever, and then we could add in the light, the windows, and then obviously we're going to put this one above the shelvings, like here, above the top, so that it looks nicer. And then I'm thinking we can add in some lights. So we could add a curtain wall right here as well. I'm gonna select that CS and then go to the midpoint, and I want it all the time to be, this is too much, so it will usually Revit will increase it all the way to the end, but we just need to pull it out like that. So that one's perfect. I'm thinking of adding somewhere here, and then we have it here as well. Inside the pantry it's not needed. In the kitchen we have a backsplash, so we can add something right here. So CS, just a small one, just to add in right here. We can add the pantry, but it's not something that is good because you want the elements to be guarded here, especially food. So I think we don't need to add it there. We can also add it here for the nook here. So I'm gonna CS again and then add it right about here. Flip it, or no, it's from the inside, so that's perfect. This one we don't need to add. I think we're good with this. We need to go to modify and cut geometry. And just remember where we added those. And that looks good. Sometimes I add one right here at the top of the wall, but it's up to you because this one is all the way to 2800, or right here just to have some light. So yeah, we could do this one right here. CS, add it from the top here, and that will look nice inside the garage. At least there's natural light coming in. So that's perfect. So this side won't have a lot of light, but this in this spot will be perfect. Let's go to 3D By the way, this is the look of our um, kitchen. If you notice, there's a couple of information that are missing. What you need to do is just go to find and it will appear. So that's important to do, especially once we put it in Twinmotion. Here, we're going to set up the height first. Most of the time, I just estimated there's going to be 200 for the floor, for the top. So just roughly at the top there. And then after that, AL, I usually click on multiple align so that I just need to click on all of this. So that will be easier for us. And then here, and then right here as well. So that's perfect. I think that's about it for the additions of those. So now, here will be different. So, like I said, I want it to be like that. So, it's just above the top here. So, I'm going to do this one first. For this one, you could just pull it up and estimate it like that. Not too tall, not too high. And then this one is different as well because I want to pull it all the way at the top only so that we just have some natural light coming in. So that's perfect. And then from this one, we have one here. You could just pull it up like so. And I want this height to be the same height as the one we have right here. So I'm going to use AL and then just add it like that. That's perfect now. We have some space here that we could add in a window, but that's something that you will decide if you want to. But for now, I think everything is good. We just need to pull this one down so that we don't hit the garage. It's fine as well, but it's something that I just want to notice. From the height perspective, it's okay because it's gonna be at the top or the ceiling part for the railings for the garage. So that's fine as well. Okay. And then now, like I said, we're going to add in the pull ladder. I will have it included. So here, I'm just going to add it from here. It's rotating, so that's fine. I usually add it right here. And then let's look at it at 3D. So like I said, it will be included. So this is perfect. If we check realistic, at least we could see what it looked like. So that looks good. Once we go to Twinmotion, this one should be going on this side. So 90 degrees, and then it will the wood plank will be the wood deck will be stating right here. And then we have some chairs that are good, and then we also have this. And then you won't be able to see the below, so I'm gonna make the water looks deep, and then I could show you guys that one on Twinmotion. And then here it will be pebble, and this one will be just simple concrete slab around. And then that looks good. What we could do is we could make this one beautiful. So for the stairs, what I usually do is I want it to be, so I'm gonna edit this. I don't want the stringers. So here, none, and then here, none. What will happen is this will disappear, and then I usually add the support. So select that, edit type, mid support. So I'm just gonna check that, and then click apply. Okay, it will have a mid support right there. Now I don't want the risers, so I'm gonna edit type, and then I think the riser is somewhere here. So here we need to go right about here. It will open again, and then the riser, just uncheck that. It will disappear, and then now we just need to make this one beautiful. So if you want it slanted, meaning it's slanted in the front, you can do that. So now if you click apply, you can see that this one is slanted. So you can uncheck that. And then the thickness, you can change the thickness of this. So from here, 500 to 100. Like that. And then if you notice the nosing length, usually the nose is this one. You can apply the length of that. So for example, if we put it and then just notice the nose. So those are the things that I usually change. And then for now, let's click on apply. I usually just remove this, the one from the inside. We could change this one to wall mounted handrail. But if you notice, we have a dilemma here. We need to we need to maintain this and delete this part. So that's something that is going to be irritating, especially like that, deleting this one right here. So now we're just gonna maintain this one and then maintain this one. That's good for now. And then to change this, if you want, you can put rectangular just to change thing up, or you could put in glass. So it's up to you, or you could do your own thing. So I could leave with this one. And then as you can see, there's a big difference in the look. So edit, I want to make this one thicker. So let me do that, the landing. So basically that's the landing. And then same as run. So uncheck that. So once you do that, you'll be able to change the thickness of the landing. So thread thickness, I want this one to be 500. Click apply. And then there you go. You will have its landing. Sometimes what you could do is you could have it all the way down, but actually 500 is too much. So what we could do is just connect everything like that. Actually, instead of 500, I want it to be more than that, around 700, I think. Because if you notice, the mid support around here is not connecting there. So now everything is connected, and then we have something that looks like this. And then if you want to change the materials, you can do so. So edit, you need to go here. For the landing, we want to change this to, let's do all concrete first, and then we could change that later on. So concrete, let's use something like that, random. Apply, apply, okay. And then everything is good. And then for the riser or the thread, we could just change this to materials as well. We could use the same thing. Apply, okay. And then what else can we change? I think we have this one, this one. Now the railing. So here I'm going to select that, edit type, and then for the material we just need to look for not this one right here. I think we need to go here and then change the baluster or those kind of stuff. This one is empty. And then this is the material, handrail type. So you can just change those and that will be fine. So click apply, okay, and then we have ourselves something that looks like this. And then we could just finalize the windows later on. Once we have an overall design, it's easier to set up all those stuff. Because sometimes when you have a design, you want to pull it inside, outside, so that you can put in the in-place massing, those kind of stuff. So that's why I make sure that not to put it yet. Here, I noticed that we then pull it up. So, no, this one is the opening. It's just a wall opening, so that's fine. So this one looks good. So later on, we're gonna finalize everything, and once we have it, have the second floor and all the design. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to edit the stairs. One thing that I want to change is we put grass on this area, but now I want to add in some stones on the side or something concrete. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to edit this. So edit boundary, and then after that we're just going to add this line right about here and also right about here. And then after this we can start doing the second floor. So I'm gonna put SL, split element, TR to trim, and then click finish. And then again we're going to add another floor. So this is floor number 1, which is the grass, and then we're going to add in another flooring there. So go back to architecture, click on floor, and this will be floor number 8. So we're gonna edit type, duplicate, and this will be 9, and then just change the material. We're going to just put concrete for now, but once we're in Twinmotion, we're gonna change that. Click apply, okay, and then okay. And then now let's add in a rectangle right about here and around the swimming pool. Click on finish, and then we're good. Now we can click on second floor. And then here on second floor, as you can see, our underlay is off. You will need to go to properties on the left side right here, and then just change the range base level to level or first floor. Once you do, you will be able to see your layout like this. And now we can start adding the floors, the walls. So we're gonna click on exterior wall number 1, and as you can see, you are able to click on the objects below. If you can't, you might have to uncheck this one, select underlay elements. So as you can see, if you cannot select this, probably you need to check this one. So now that you can select that, you can use CS or create similar under modify, which is right here. Now we're going to start in by going to B1, and then this one is going to the roof. So B1 going to, so we're going to copy this one. But after around 300, or make it 500, we're going to come across all the way right here, and then going back to this intersection, and then going around here. And then you will need to go up to D4, going across D3, and from here we're going across again, and then I'm gonna set up a dimension for you, which is 1650. So type in 1650 from this wall as your reference, and then after that you will need to come here with a wall, and then after that we'll need to go press escape again. After this, what I want you to do is stretch this one for the grid line E. Once you stretch it, what I want you to do is just copy the ones below that so that everything is uniform and we don't need to worry about anything else. And then again, select exterior wall number 1, CS, and I want you to just conform with the level 1. And the good thing about this is we're just basically manipulating some of the walls like this. So not all of them, but at least you can see that we're manipulating some of them. And I just want to keep on pushing the ones that we don't, so that it's easier for everyone to follow. So like I said, B1, and then 500 going down all across here, going back to the grid line B, and then closing it off to B4, going down up to E4, going across here, which we have a wall below, and then just following that, and then following up to B1 again. So now that we have our layout on our second floor, now we can turn on and off the underlay if we want to, because as you can see, we can select and then type in CS or create similar. So we can basically use whatever that we already add, and then we could just use this. But for now, we could turn this off so that we'll be able to see everything clearly. So here you just need to put it to none, and then everything will disappear. And then from here, we're just going to add in the walls first. And then after that, we could just add in some of the things that we already added, just like I said. So now, click on exterior wall number 1, CS, and here, just look for interior wall. And then from there, we're going to add a wall right here, and then going across right here, and then we're going to break that later on, here as well, going across right here. So there's a bedroom here, another bedroom here, here, and then here. Now, this one, we could go push this one all the way to the stairs, and then we're going to wrap around a wall right here. So we're going to use interior wall, and then we're going to click it from here, and then closing it off like that. So TR to trim and extend. So now everything is covered. We can then add in some here. We will have our hallway here, or our corridor, whatever you want to call that. I'm just going to add in a wall right here so that we could measure how far we need to go. So I'm gonna put this one to 1350. So now it went backwards like that. So that's fine. And then also, we're going to add a wall right here. So I'm just going to add it now, and then measure what we need to use for there. So another 1350 as well. So from this wall, 1350. So it will push back like that. So we're good. And then here, what you could do is we could just push it back all the way right here. And then we're going to add a wall continuing right here. Around 2600 will be good enough for another washroom here. And then close it off like that. What I want you to do is add in a wall right here to close it off. And then here, we're going to push this back a bit, and then adding a wall in between here. So we could just put 675 each so that we could add it right here. Pull it back a little bit so that we could add in a wall and then some doors. So it needs to be like that. This one should be around around 1050 would be good. Or should be, let's put it to 1200 so that we have some space. And then now it looks like everything is good from here, except we should just add in a wall onto this area. So CS, and this one should be around 1500. And then we're going to add in a pocket here. So most of the time I just add this one first. And then here, this one should be around 1450. And the depth should be around 1350. And then SL, split element, and then TR, trim and extend. And then this one, you just need to pull back. And then now we could add in a wall right here to close this off. We'll have our shower right here, and then toilet, and then vanity right here. And then we could access the closet. It's either on this side, or we could provide a pocket door here so that they can access this here. So now that we have this one, what I'm going to do is turn on the underlay again. So first floor, and then from here I'm going to select the door because I want to add the same door. So I'm thinking 700. So I'm going to add the door right here, another door here, here, and then obviously we need to add doors onto this side. Make sure to press spacebar in order to change the orientation. And then we have something here as well. And then we could add in the toilets. So I'm going to add the toilet. I'm going to put this toilet right here. Also, we have somewhere here, this will be a shower, and then we have a toilet right about here, and then we have vanity here. So I'm just adding some toilet, and then let's use the same vanity. Spacebar to add. Spacebar right here to add as well. And then right here. And then we could just add in the detailed line so that we could show a top there. And then after that, we could add this one. This is the side table, because we're going to add in the bed, and then from here we could add in the rest later on. So I'm basically just thinking ahead. We're gonna place some desks right about here, so I'm going to use this one for the desk table. We're also having a desk right here, and then we'll have somewhere here as well. And then obviously we're gonna close this off because we're going to add in some closet. So now I think I already added all the stuff that I need to add. We can now basically turn this off again, and then changing it to none. And then from here, let's add, or let's extend this one so that we have some storage right here. So we added those ones. We're going to add this one as well, right about here. Around 600 will be good enough as well. And then we have a walk-in closet here and also a walk-in closet here. We could add a door or a pocket door so that we can maximize the space. I don't know if we have a pocket door, so it's only a sliding door right here, so we could use that now. CS. We can make this one bigger by using 1800. So I'll just use the 1800 in all of them. And then from here, we could just edit those ones. Let's add in the bed. So load family, go back to the main, furniture, and then beds. And then I use this one, bed box, press open, and then CM, and then change it to queen. So we're going to add a queen size bed right about here. And then right about here as well. And we could just add a queen here. We have enough space. And also right here. And then now we could just keep on adding this. I'm just going to keep on copying this. So now I'll click on copy or CO and then add it. I know there's a lot of room, so we could just nudge it later on. Okay, looks like I added all of them. And then here we need an annotate, detailed line, and then thin line is good enough just to represent the table. And then here we could have in a table as well. And then we're just nudging it right there. And then let's insert the pocket door so that we could add in the information for the storage or the walk-in closet. Go back to door, residential, and then we have pocket doors. So right here, press OK. And then let's just add all of them. Yes, and then here you need to go here under architecture and then DR. So add pocket doors right here. We could just nudge it. And then I think it's too big for this size. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit this, duplicate. Let's change this one to 1200. And then now the width 1200 as well. And then this one is just perfect for this size. I'm gonna use this one as well. 1200 for that. Now that we use pocket door, once we add the detailed lines like this, we could use a C shape. So it's a big deal that you'll be able to add in shelvings around, not like just an L shape. And then after that, let's add in another annotation, detailed line, and then use the demolish line so that we'll have a dash line like this. And let's not forget to add 2 lines inside our closet to represent those. here as well. And in terms of our shower, what I could do is I'm going to push this one more right here on this side so that we could increase, or we could have a proper shower size right here. So it's just an alternative. We could still have a C shape right here. And then now I'm just going to add in a dimension so that once we load the shower, so click on your tab in order for you to be able to select the inner side of the wall, like that, and then like that. And then right here as well, inner side of the wall. This is 1350. So we have two kinds right here as well. We need to measure this one, DI, and then for the depth, we're just going to measure it from here. I'm gonna base it from here so that we know. So probably around 1000 is good enough. So we're gonna move it a little bit. So now let's go to insert again, load family, go back to the main, and then go to plumbing, architecture, fixture, and then shower. And then here we're gonna load the shower, CM, add in the shower right here. So we added the shower. We're gonna create 3 different kinds. So duplicate, shower 1, and then just have the, so 1000, and then I think the other one is around 1200. I'm just going to press OK first. Now it's 1225. So we could just edit again. 1225. Click apply and then OK. And then you're good with this one. Then now the next one, CS. Put it the corner right here. We need 1350 and we need to change the depth. So here 1350, and then the width, let's change this one to 800. And that's perfect. We could delete the dimension. And then now CS, this one, let's add it from the corner right here, 1810. So here 1810. That's okay. And then for the width, you could change this one to 900. We have enough room to add that. And then here, use thin line to add the vanity top. And then right here as well, vanity top. We could just move this one in the center like so. And then here, as you can see, I forgot to change. So I'm just going to undo that. I forgot to duplicate it, so it keeps on changing. So here, CS, edit type, duplicate, shower number 2, 1350, and then 800. This one is 1810. Add that one, edit type, duplicate, shower number 3, 1810, and then I want this one to be 900. Move this one a bit on the side, select the thin line, and then add in the top for the lines, and then here just adding it else. Let's add this one as well. We can push this one back and then add the same line. And then the same line right here. So now this one looks good. I'm happy with what we did here. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish the second floor, except we haven't added the windows yet. So we're gonna use curtain wall again for those windows. So now we're gonna add curtain wall, and then we need to add it from the inside, similar to what I did. I'm just adding it from here, and don't mind the errors. It's just stating that we haven't got anything yet from there. It's not visible because we need to cut geometry on that walls. So here I'm going to add a wall or a window at the top here. That's why I'm adding it from there. And then I don't know yet if we're going to add a window for the stairs. So maybe we could do that later on. But if we do, it's gonna be nice because at least we made the stairs nice. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to modify and then click on cut geometry. So you need to select the wall first and then the curtain wall. And then from here, what we could do is we could gauge the height first. So I'm going to use this height. So, and then it's multiple aligned. So we can select different or multiple curtain wall and it will go down. But this one is from the washroom. So I'm going to pull it up like so. And then here we're going to pull it up around this one. And then that same goes to all of them. We don't have any balcony, that's why I'm pulling it up like so. If we have a balcony, we need to pull it down onto the floor. So we're going to add the grid lines later on. So curtain grids and then the mullions afterwards. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna add in wall, and those walls are a floor, and then that floor will be around the interior part of the wall. It's because I don't want that one to be shown around here. But most of the time, when you're putting wall, you need to put it in the core or in the midpoint of the wall. Usually it will be connected from like a pillar, and then the interior wall would be, it's either the framing wood, or sometimes concrete walls. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna click floor again, edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 10, and then we're going to use wood. So let's go and look for a wood, finish, and then I'm just gonna choose mahogany for now, and then press OK, and then OK. And then now we could use pick line so that it goes around the perimeter and the inside of the wall. And then as you can see, we will have some missing part there, but we'll be able to finish up or check it later on. Sometimes it will be overlapping, but don't you worry, we will be able to use trim and extend to cut those corners. Now let's see, click finish, and now we have a floor for our second floor. We will need to add in a roof around here, so we could do that later on. What we could do is we could basically extend this one so that we will have something right here, and then we could even have a glass corner that's showing the stairs. So we could do that. For the stairs, what you could use, or what you could do is you can even edit the floor if you want to, or what you could do is you could use shaft. So most of the time when you're using shaft, usually if you have multiple story building, so you could be able to create a shaft, so an opening. But for here, we could just use or just edit the boundary. So edit the boundary, and then we could just go around here. So here what we could do is we could just pull it all the way there, even this one as well, unjoin element, AL, and then click finish. Look at it in 3D, and it will look like that. But we still need to do something about it because we need something to close it off there. And we could use the same railing. CS, and let's just add a railing right about here. Click finish, and we can see it right there. That looks okay. And obviously we could even make it better. We could use glass. Sometimes I use curtain wall as well so that it looks nicer. Or I use even I could show you is the support. So the stringer, you could even manipulate that. You delete the railings and then you could even have those ones right there. And it looks much better as well. But that's something that we need to think about later on once we're finalizing the design. As of now, what we could do is we could add in the roof. So you need to go to second floor first so that you can see the layout. What I'm going to do is I'm going to click on roof. And then from here, I'm going to add it, duplicate. This will be roof number 1. Edit, change the thickness to 200. And then the material, let's change that as well. You can duplicate this so that we could have a white and then we could just change it later on. So this will be paint number 9. Apply, OK, and then OK. So now, same idea, pick line, and then you just need to change this to roof. But the reason that we went to second floor so that we could see the layout properly as well. This, as you can see, there's a triangle there. We need to undo this, delete this, because we need to uncheck define slope because we want a flat roof. So now we just need to do same thing that we did earlier and then trim and extend those corners. Then I think we're good. If we see it, it will look like that. Now we need to go to one of the walls, click on tab. It will highlight all the walls that are connected. In the exterior wall, select so that everything is selected. And then here, we need the top offset to be 400. Why 400? Because the thickness of our roof is 200 and then we're going to add in a parapet of 200 high. So that's why it's 400. And then now it will look like that. We need to add roof for this one and this one as well. So now let's go to our first floor and then we're going to add a roof. We could use the same roof material or let's just add in another. So what we're going to do is edit type, duplicate roof number 2. And then for the paint, let's just duplicate that so that we could still change it if we want to. Press OK, OK, and then OK. And then now we just need to add the roof right about here. But I'm adding it right now without thinking because we need to move it later on because as you know, this one is extended a bit for the second floor. So my understanding is probably we need to do something like that. But most of the time, I just want to add it first and then see what it looks like. And then now, what we could do is, I added it for the first floor. We just didn't add it to the second. So now just select that. This is for second floor base. So now it will look like this. So like I said, we need to edit that boundary or that footprint. And then what we could do as well is we could put it from the inside as well. We could edit the footprint like so. Second floor. Let's see that. And then we could see it from right here. And then TR, trim extend. So now it will look like that. And then we need to add something right here as well. So let's go to second floor. It's not showing, so first floor. Let's add in the same roof. Let's just put it as roof number 2. And then here, go to second floor. And then now we just need to add it from here to here. And then let's see if that is correct. If our footprint is correct, which is, I think that's correct. So now only the top portion has parapet. This one will be boxed in like so. And then we could just edit everything else later on. So now what I want to concentrate is the boundary walls. Like I said, I'm going to cut this later on. And now we're in the situation that we need to add, or we need to change the materials, or we need to pull this out. So let's go to first floor. And then here, I'm going to pull this one all the way right here. This one we should just delete. And then this one, we could just pull this one all the way right here. So now the boundary walls will need to be lower, probably around 1000 or 1500. But yeah, I'll thinking of 1000 only. So now it will be just a regular wall. So I could just select this one, exterior wall number 1, CS. And then we could just edit, duplicate exterior wall number 2. And then edit, change the material. So I'm thinking of anything, but let's put in like masonry and then brick. Apply, OK, and then OK. And then here I want it to be top offset negative 1500 or 1000, sorry. After this, just connect it to the walls. It's like just adding walls around again. I wanted to do it so that we don't need to do it later on. So now at least we have that separation of height for the boundary wall. And then we could add this one a different material. So I'm thinking that this one, all of this will have a different materials as well. So I'm thinking of changing this material or this wall to an exterior wall number 3. Or what we could do is we could just use paint around it so that it's easier to change. So that if it's a face paint, we could just use the face paint to change this one as well. So something to think of, and we could just do that later on, later to our videos. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the roof for the second floor, the garage, and the foyer. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to add windows now all the way to the second floor, so the stairs area. And I want it to be a corner. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the first floor and add a glass from there. So I'm going to add a glass from here and right here. Then I'm just going to use curtain wall like so. And then curtain wall again on this side. And as much as possible, we could just pull this one later on. Go to modify and click on cut geometry. You need to click the wall first and then the curtain wall. Wall and then curtain wall. And then once you do, it will look like this. After that, we can pull this one all the way to the second floor. And what I want to do is to have it securely there. So we need to cut the geometry again from the wall to the curtain wall. And then here, because we have this one right there, we can now just manipulate the size. I'm going to add in the design for this one. So I'm going to use the level 1 and then I'll just push it up so that we could just cover this one up with that design. What I can also do is to do a sweep, and then from that sweep I want to push it all the way to this level so that this one will be covered and then this one will have its own design. So now I'm thinking of just doing that and see how it will look. And then I think much better way is to do the first floor and then just pull it up. And then if we check the second floor, at least we can see how it will look, how it will line up. So we can do that as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on architecture, click on component, model in place, and then look for generic model. This will be generic model number 11. And then from here, we could extrude it from the second floor. And then after that, let's change the material. So as you remember, we have paint. Let's use and duplicate paint. And then this will be paint number 10. Click on OK. There's something wrong with this, so we just need to modify and then rename it. The name is already in use, so that means we already have paint 10. So now let's do paint 11. Click apply and then OK. And then from here, let's select pick line from the edges right here. And then delete this, and then now trim and extend. and then trim and extend right here, and then now use the line to create something that looks like this. AL to align it from the corner, and then from the corner there. And now let's see how it looks. And I want to see it in 3D. So from here, we can now pull it up like so, and then pull it this one for the thickness. And because we set the thickness, I want to maintain that thickness. So I think this one will be good enough. And then we need to add in another one right here. So create like extrusion, and then pick this wall, and then after that create same thing, and it will be paint 11. At least I want to maintain 300. I think I was able to create 300 from there, so I'm just estimating the thickness, and then from that thickness now we can expand the wall height and width. And then here, let's push this one back like so. AL, and then AL like there. And then as you can see, it looks like that. And then we could expand the height right there as well. So AL from the height here into right here. So from the height and this one as well. Here as well. Align it from this height and to the walls as well. And then here, let's pull this one down and then push this one at the side as well. So now we should go to our south elevation so that we could push this one farther enough. And then here, pull this one down. So for this roof, I don't know why it went up. It's probably when I align it. So we could just pull this one perfectly on the edge. And then this one, we need to make it corner. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to flip this one going there, and then flip this one going there. We need to remove this corner right here. I want it to completely without any of the wall. So now we could just push this one out and then connect it like so. So now this is from the edge, and then this is from the edge now. If we see it in 3D, it will look like that. And knowing that this is all the way down, Let's pull this one all the way down as well. And then here, we could pull this one up as well. But let's cut this geometry as well. And then the curtain wall. And then I'm going to align it from this wall or this height. So now this is looking nice. I don't know if we're going to make this one a corner, if we're gonna make it thicker, but I just want to add a window right here. Perfect for this size here. We could surround this with a nice design as well if we want to. We can change this material right here for the front. So it's up to us to decide. And then this wall face as well, we can change this. I want to change this to a wood for this face. So we could do that as well. And then here, we could do something as well. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to paint and I'm going to paint this part. I want something wood. So wood shake, just to add a different wood would be good here. I wanted to add in on this face. Another face would be right about this. And also onto this face. I just want to add all the faces right here. So we need to add this corner as well. So that's added. I just want to verify that. So I'm just gonna change the visual of this so that I know. So let's change the transparency. Click apply. Okay. So that's good. I want to add this one right here. And then this one is something that I made a mistake. So we could just remove paint right here on this side. So that's perfect. So now what I want to do is to model something right here as well. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add this design as well, and I want it to be all the way right here. So here what I'm gonna do is add something different as well. Instead of just one big one, we could put in three. So I'm gonna do is I'm going to copy and then I'm going to add three of them or whatever's applicable right here. I think four will be good, and then use cut geometry. I think that will give more character to the building. So that looks very good. And then we just need to change the materials for this one. So I'm going to use paint again and then add something that we haven't used yet. Maybe this one we haven't. So I'm just going to set it up in right here. We can put in whatever we want here. So at least that one, we could add something different. But the look of this one, and especially once we add mullions, it will look very nice. And then now let's add in something right here. I'm planning to use sweep now for here, and I want to wrap it around onto this side, or wrap it around up to here. This will be the cutoff. So it will be another model in place, generic model. Click on sweep, pick path, and then we need to pick the path, mostly all of this, and then right about here. Now we need to connect them all together, especially on this one. Let's try here if it's connected, and then here as well. Let's delete this and then trim and connect them. After that, edit profile, and then let's begin adding our design. Maybe 300 by 300 will be good enough. And then let's add in a notch at the top there. Delete this one. This will be around 100. And then here it could be 20. And then let's add two of them. Okay, and then SL, and then TR. And then now make sure to add the material. We could use paint 11. Click finish, and then finish, and then finish. Now it will look like that. That looks very nice. Having it there looking like that. So now we need to change the material right here. So what I'm going to do is paint again. So let's click on paint, and then choose a material that we haven't used yet. We haven't used sash, I believe. So I'm just going to select sash like that. And then let's use this one as well right there. And then now we need to increase this one. I want it to be right about the height of this one. So let's check the dimension. So this is 2900. So we need to change this one. Edit. And then the height should be 2900. Click apply and then OK. Now this looks perfect, but the thing is, it's hanging at the top there. So we need to pull it back a little bit. 2800. And then what we could do is, let's adjust this one instead, because I don't want anything to be showing at the top there, especially the rod there. So we're going to adjust that. So edit in place, select this one, edit sweep, and then select profile. Edit profile, and then here we just need to increase it from here. It was 300 before. Let's make this one 500. And then click finish. I just want to double check what we did. So it didn't change. Let's do 400. There we go. We increase that, and we just need to go south elevation, and then just probably 2775. Perfect. And then now the width. Let's increase the width. So for the width, let's just add 6500. And then for the material, I want to change this one. So the panel pattern, frame, and the trim should be different. So here I'm gonna choose wood again. Oak. And then for the frame material and then the trim material, let's change that to metal. I'm going to use browns, and then you could just copy and paste it from here. Click apply and then OK. And then here we could just align it AL, align it to the corner right here. Look at it at 3D to see what we've got. So we made this one metal. This one should be metal frame as well. So frame material should be bronze. Trim should be bronze. Door handle. This one should be different material as well, but another wood. Let's use this. Apply and then OK. And then here we could maybe increase the height, but I don't know if that looks nice though. We'll see later on if we could just change that one. But so far it's looking good the way we managed to design this, especially the way the small windows are made. And then later on we're going to finalize the grids for this, the curtain grid. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start all of this, like the modeling in placemass. And now we're going to continue working on this. I want to finalize the glass right here. So I'm going to click on architecture and then on grid line. And then from here, I'm going to set the height. So what I could do here is go to elevation so that we'll be able to set the height. And then from here, we'll be able to align it on the other side. So here I'm going to select curtain grid and I want to space it around 500. And I just want to maintain the 500. So you can even type it if you want. Here, for example, I'm going to click right here and then select this one and then type in 500. Here again, it's not showing the height, but it's actually what is going on is it's giving me the midpoint here because it's not exactly 500 for this one. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. It's not something that it's noticeable. But what I'm gonna do is I'm going to my 3D and then do the same thing on the other side. But we could use a line from here. So even though it's not accurate, if you didn't get the 500, don't worry, you'll be able to do the same thing that we did earlier. So for me, I'm just trying to get the 500. If it's getting harder for you to see, what you could do is go to hidden line. And then here we have 500 again. And then there we go. So now on this one, we're going to add in the curtain grid. I'm just going to add it in the middle right here, and then three-fourths like that. And then here, I'm gonna go to the midpoint. And then midpoint again. And then here, just midpoint as well. This one we could just put 1000 each. And then midpoint for this one. This one, just leave it like that. And then now, click on mullion, and then all grid. And then let's change this to 50 by 65. Here, I'm going to select this one. I'm going to leave this one at the last. And then I think we did everything. Now let's just add this one on this side and then this side. And then the ones in the middle, we're going to delete. So just use your tab to circulate on selections. Change your view so that you'll be able to see properly. Okay. Okay. And then I want to see it back again to realistic. And that looks good. The corner is not perfect, but it's good enough. And I just want to double check if I did everything. We have it right here as well. And then here, you just need to maybe push this one. Yeah, I'm going to push this one from the wall. AL, and then click finish. Look at it in 3D. So there we go. But now I want to change the paint. So go to modify, click on paint, look for gypsum wallboard, and then just click right here on this side and the one at the top. And then the face right there at the top. And then from this one, we can change the top here to something for the roof. I'm gonna use this porcelain just to represent. And then here, I want to change this to the gypsum wallboard as well. Just to have that separation at the top. Select that, and then just that face only. So now I'm happy with this. I just want to move this one all the way on the boundary wall. And then just push it right here. I'm just being tedious right now. So next thing I want to focus is the front steps. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to ground, and then from here click on architecture and then click on stairs. What we want to do first is to move it to precast stairs first, because we'll be able to handle it properly here. So what I want to do is from ground floor to first floor. And then from here, I'm just going to add this one and then click finish. Let's look at it in 3D. So now we just need to flip it. So go back here, select this, and then flip it other way around. From here, you'll be able to gauge that it's properly leveled right there. So now we could delete this and then delete this. And then we can select this and then change it to monolithic stairs. Once we have that, we're basically going to increase this size. So to do that, just edit type, and then now we could just change the depth. So here, sorry, right here we could edit this one. So we could just do 1000. And then from here, let's go back here and then push this one back like that. AL to align it there. And then we could look at it at 3D again to see how it looks. So we have 2 steps. And then what we could do is edit this now so that we could increase the width. So we can manually increase it like so. Let's try and align it onto this. And let's look at it at 3D. We can even push it all the way right here. So I'm gonna push it as well right here. So click on Edit Stairs again. Drag it all the way there. And then drag it all the way at the end right here. And then click Finish. And that looks good. I like the look of the step. And with that, what we're going to do is we're going to select all the walls that is connecting right here. So this one, all this wall, we want to put it all the way to base ground floor. This one, all the way right here, we want it to be base to ground floor. I just want to double check if something got shifted. I think this one got shifted a bit. So I'm gonna undo that and only focus on the exterior, not the interior. So I'm unselecting them by holding on Shift. Okay. And then now we just need to change this to ground floor. And then this one as well. So here, might as well just select the walls that are applicable and don't increase the ones that we don't want. Okay, so that looks okay. So this one will be overlapping there. And then this one will be covered with the ground. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna click on ground, and then similar to our floor right here, floor number 1, CS, let's add in grass around here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to pick line around the compound or the house, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add grass around it. And then here we could connect them. And then T-Art, trim and extend those corners. And then from here, we need to trim as well. TR, And then let's box this now. TR that to connect here. And then we'll be able to just push it all the way to whatever we want. So this is all grass. Click finish, and let's see it in 3D. So it will look like this. What we could do is, for the floor, let's edit the boundary for the floor. Now we need to align it from the inside. So just pull it like that. And even right here, I think we could check this one out and double check. So nothing is overlapping except from here. And then we need to edit the one for the garage. So AL again, put it from the inside. And then click finish. Let's look at it again. And nothing is overlapping there anymore. This one, let's do this. AL. And then right here as well. Okay, that looks okay now. Now that that's fixed, we can now add more design here. I'm going to add in a concrete around here. So just go to ground, and we're going to have concrete right about here. So let's click on floor, edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 11. And then the material, again, this will be concrete. So just go for concrete right here, and then just pull up any random concrete that you can see. Press OK, and then OK. And then this will be our concrete right about here. But we're not yet done. We need the concrete for our street. So now we could just delete this SL. Let's split element, TR, trim and extend. Once you're done, click finish, and let's look at it at 3D. Okay, that looks okay. Let's add in our side street, sidewalk. So ground floor. I'm gonna put this one on a ground floor, and then I'm going to create a model in place, extrusion. I think that will be good. Another way of creating. So this will be extrusion. Let's add in another paint. So duplicate this. This will be number 12. Apply, OK. And then here, let's do something that looks like this. Around 2000. And then another one at the side here. Let's align this and then give it some curve. So 1700 or 17,000 radius. Oops, 1700. Click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. Let's pull it up a little bit more. Around 50 is good enough. Or 75. And then for the side here, let's add in something. So go to ground, another extrusion, and then this one should be another paint. Press OK, and then let's create a rectangle right here, all the way to the front of the stairs. And then let's create a box from there. So 20 offset from the inside. Let's not put 20, let's put 50 instead, to have that thickness there. Click on finish. And this one, this extrusion is around 300. Let's look at it. Okay, that's good. And then let's add in something at the top there. So another extrusion. Let's just duplicate this. This will be 14. Apply, OK. And then create it from the inside right here. Click finish and then finish, because we can always just select that and then increase the height. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're going to continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in more of the design here. We're going to continue working on this. One thing that we need to do is we need to add in a small ramp here. But instead of using ramp, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to one of the elevations right here. I think this is west elevation, and then from here I'm gonna use model in place so that I'll be able to just create it out of that, and it's so that I can manipulate it easily. So here, generic model, this will be number 14, extrusion, and then I'm going to pick the plane, and then this will be this plane, which is the extrusion that we created. And then from first floor to ground floor, I will need to add in the design for that small ramp. So usually what I do is I create a rectangle like that. And then from here, we can curve it up. So I'm going to create the slope right here. So now we can delete this, trim this one, and then let's push this one right about there. And then let's use fillet arc to give it some curve. Let's see. So before we do that, let's change this one to another concrete, and then let's just pull this one up like so. Click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. So as you can see, we have it right there. We still need to push it down. So that's how easy it is to use model in place. It's because we were able to just increase it. And then from here, I think we are good. And then by just having that, we'll be able to just have the ramp. We can even extend this if we want to. Extend it a bit. And then here, we can extend our grass and our sidewalk. So let me do that. Go to west again, select this, and then let's push this one all the way there. It will conform itself. So by just grabbing, at least you can see the ramp that was created. Now, with that said, we need to increase so that's good. It was so easy to just increase it and without going back and forth with the design. And with that said, let's just pull this one back like that. And maybe we could just align the faces. And then here, I'm going to pull this one back as well. AL, the face right here to the face right here. And then now we just need to edit the road. So edit boundary, go to ground so that you'll be able to see it. AL, and then here as well. And then the grass, edit boundary, AL, and then AL. Let's look at it, and it will look like that. Except we need to edit this one as well. AL, and with this one we need to add in something like that. TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here. And now that is fixed. So now that we're finished with our design, I'm gonna show you how to create sheets. So here, under project browser, you need to right click and then click on New Sheet. Right now, what we have loaded is A0. If you check load, inside the title blocks file, there are different kinds of paper size as well. So you'll be able to load those. So now I'm just gonna use A0 for my template. And now that we created this, what we could do is AC design, project name. This is AS Home or House. This will be the cover sheet. And then project number, you can put whatever you want. The date, drawn by ACD, checked by ACD. So now let's add in something here. So let's go to our ground floor. And then from here, we're going to create a camera view, which will be facing like that. After that, we could just expand this and expand this. So now what we could do is we could click on File and then go here, Graphic Display, and then let's change this to Cast Shadow, and then background, change it to Gradient, and then click Apply. Now it will look like this. You'll be able to load it from your sheet. So go to your sheet, double click on that. Let's close other views that is inactive. And then here under 3D view, you'll be able to just drag and drop that. So here we could just add it in the center line. You can select that, and then here you'll be able to choose no title. If you want to render this, what you could do is you could go here and then you could render it by going under view and then render. Once you render, so I'm gonna render here this one for just an example. I'm going to just make it medium and then the screen resolution. You can adjust exposure here if you want to, but for now I'm just gonna click render and then let's wait for this one. So once your rendering is done, as you can see, we have a rough rendering of our project rendered in Revit. And from here, you'll be able to adjust different kinds of exposure. So once you click apply, it will be applied to the project. So you can be able to do that. Let's change this back a bit. There we go. And then after this, you'll be able to save this for your project. Render image or save in rendering branch of project browser. So it will be under project browser right here. So once you press OK, and then you can also export it so that you can add it to your computer instantly. So now that we have our 3D or rendered portion, you can now delete this, and then under here, your project browser, we have 3D view, and then here you can select no title, and then you'll be able to extend or make it big by double clicking on the picture. As you can see, you could just double click on the picture and then select the picture once everything grayed out, and you'll be able to select that. So now we'll be able to create a cover sheet for our project. You can also check this one as your starting view. As you can see, by choosing this one, this will be our starting view, so the rendering. So every time we open this project, you'll be welcome with the rendering of the project like this. So we created cover sheet number, our sheet number 1. Now let's add in another sheet. This will be the same one. And as you can see, all the information that we added earlier will be also here. And then here we could just double click here. And then let's change this to first floor. And then from our first floor, you'll be able to drag and drop our project like this. You will need to go to first floor in order for you to crop the view. So let's check all of this. Select this crop view right here, put it around here so that this is the only thing that is visible. This is the annotation area. So if you put annotation here, it won't disappear. But if you go beyond here, it won't be seen on the view. So this is something that you need to think about as well. So now what we need to do is uncheck this, and then click apply. If you go back to first floor, as you can see, everything is fixed with that. If you want to scale it up, what you need to do is you need to go here and then scale it according to whatever you want. So here it's became bigger, so you will be able to add or see much better. And what you need to do is you need to press escape, select this, and then pull it right about here. Select the view again, and then you'll be able to drag this one around here. So now we know that we're going to add the second floor. What we need to do is we need to go to second floor so that we could prepare it before we add it into our sheet. So here, let's check all of this again to see. And then now let's pull this back. Pull it back like that. So it will fit properly, and then uncheck all of this. You can just leave this one checked, because if you do, everything will be shown again. So leave that one checked. Let's create our next sheet. So right click here on the sheet, new sheet, press OK because it's already highlighting A0, and then drag and drop second floor like that. And then now press escape, select this one again, and then fix the line like so. So now let's go to our elevation, but let's add elevation first. And then here, if you forgot, you can select here, or you can even double click it here, and then you'll be able to add second floor again. So here you can double click and then elevation. So let's try and adding east first. So let's see how it fits. So usually you test one first and see how it fits. It looks like you can even extend it. So go back to east. Let's make it bigger. So let's change that one. And then let's fix this as well. So now select that, push it backward like that. Even if you push this one all the way right here, it will be still show in the view. So it doesn't matter if you just push it back too much. And then now uncheck both of those. And then once you see it in your elevation, it will fit nicely there. Press escape, select this one so that you can move it, select the view, and then so that you can fix this one. So that's good. Let's go back to north. Here we already know what to do. Change this to 1:50. Check all of this. Fix the distance. So let's crop this one like here. And then uncheck both of this. Crop region visible and then annotation crop. Go back to elevation and then just drag and drop. Press escape, select the view so that you'll be able to change this one. If you want to give some color to it, go back to east and you could change this to fine, and then you could change this to consistent color or even realistic, and it will apply to elevation as well. So let's do that here as well. Go to fine, change this to realistic. Then before we add south and west, let's add in another sheet. So go to sheet, right click on it, new sheet, press OK. It's already highlighted. This will be another elevation. So click on that, elevation, press OK. Now go to south elevation, do the same thing that we did, change the scale, change this course to fine, and then here realistic. Check all of this, crop view, crop region visible, and annotation crop, fix, and then after that uncheck this, click apply, and then you just need to drag and drop the south elevation. And then now select that again so that you could change this one like that. Click on west again, change the scale, change to fine, realistic. Check first everything here so that you'll be able to clean up, uncheck, apply, go to elevation or the sheet that you want to add it, and then drag and drop the elevation. Select it again, select the view, and then drag the line so that everything is fixed accordingly. So now if you want to print all of them all together, what you need to do is you need to go to File, Print, select your printer, and then here select this one. But if you notice, once you select this one will go down. What will happen is it will create individual PDF. So that's not good. We want to just have one single file. So just need to click this back. Select here, uncheck views, but this is the ones that you have with the sheet. So check all. For example, if you have a lot, or you want selected files, what you need to do is you can save every session you have. So for example, this will be full set. Press OK. Next example is, for example, you only have cover sheet, file fold, first floor elevation, and if you have section, multiple details, and those kind of stuff, and then you have, for example, a change order, change drawings, and those kind of stuff, you can save those, check part only, so that you'll be able to print instantly. So here, I'm just gonna press OK, and then OK. Close this off, and then just wait for the printout to finish. So once it's done, you just need to save it to the destination, and then once you double click it, you'll be able to open it, and now we have our full set printout, and it looks nicer if it has color, but different ways to do this. Some people want it wireframe with shadows. Some people want it hidden with shadows. So it depends on you, how you present it. It depends on the standards of the company. So I think I just want to double check everything. So before we finish, what I want you to do is to change your detailed level to 5. This one, put it back to hidden. And then the weird part is in the hidden, this one is being shown. Maybe because of the materials that I added here. Let's try and change this one. So a different paint. Let's change it to metal bronze. So I got confused there. I was thinking that it's probably missing, but that's about it. So now go back to hidden. This is fine. And now you can save this. So in the next video, we'll be able to automatically send it to Twinmotion, and then we could add materials from there. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finalize our design, and also I showed you guys how to create sheets right here. Now we're gonna continue working on this on Twinmotion. So now what we need to go, what we need to do is we need to go to the 3D view. And once we're in 3D view, I just want to make sure that you know that you need to put this one into file and then go back to hidden line. After that, you need to save, and then now you need to click on Twinmotion plugin and see in Twinmotion. Let it synchronize, and then now you need to click on New Project and then press OK. And then once we're here, check that everything is good, especially in your levels. What I need to see is our pull. So here, we can still add the water. So now, what we need to do next is go to our burger menu and then sign in to Epic Games. Once you're signed in, now we need to save our project. So click here and then save as to the location. So this is now saved to the location that I want. Now what we need to do is let's change the glass first. So right here on the left side, we have materials and then glass. What I usually add is the two-sided glass. I increase the opacity and then change the color of the glass to a much lighter tinted glass. And then here, opacity will be changed. And then that's good. Next, let's zoom it here And then what I'm going to use is material picker. Select this mullion, and then here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna increase this. Check that my settings, that metalness is turned on. So once you check that, that's good. And then now we're going to change the aluminum to a much darker aluminum metal. Then for the materials here, I'm also going to select material picker for this one because I remember that this one should be metal. And then here you need to turn on metalness. Go back, reflection, and then I want it to be dark. I want the same thing as this one, so this is the same thing as the door frame for the front. For this one, we just need to use the same one like this, and then we just need to drag and drop it there. Also, let's add the same materials for the window, so for the glass, sorry. And then here, for the materials of the water, we need to just go here and then go to water, and then we have pull and pull number 1 and 2. Let's put this one right there and then make it darker, and then the water depth, change it, and then the waves. And then if you zoom in, we need to change the materials for this one. Most of the time I want a tile base here, so let's go to Quixel Megascan and go to tiles and then ceramics tile and choose one of this. This one will be perfect for this one. I've used this one a couple of times. So now you just need to download it and then drag and drop. If we see, it will look like that. Now what we just need to do is scale it a little bit. And then for the water, I want it to be darker again. And then the depth, I want it to be looking like that. So that's perfect for that. Now let's focus on the front. Here I want to put a wood material right here, and I want it to be planked. This is usually what I use a lot. So let's look for more if we can. So I'm gonna use this one, wooden planks. Wait for it to load, and then let's load it right here. This one will be, that looks nice there. And then let's add a different wood pattern for this one. I will try this one and see if it looks nice. This one looks so dark. So I'm going to undo that and just check others. Maybe this one will be good. I'm gonna try this one as well. And then this one, just a regular wood. And then I'll scale it a bit, like that. A different pattern. And then for this one, I want to change this to a stone. I'm going to change this one as well. Maybe this one will look nice here. Or something that is dull looking. So a stone that is not. Let me try this one. I'm gonna try the small tiles. I don't feel it, so I'm gonna change that again. So limestone. I might use stucco here because of the texturing. And then the thing that I don't like is that I need to change this one as well in Revit. So let's save this one and go back to Revit. And then right here, we need to fix, because I remember we did use materials. So this one, this is a material. So we need to use the same materials that we use this one. So I need to know or to remember what I use here. So instead, I'm going to choose this one just to change it. So now it's going to be tedious, but we need to change the one from the inside. so that everything is being changed, and I don't like the white. And maybe I'll just do it from the inside first, and only on the front for now. And it's up to you guys to just do it all. There we go. At least that one is fixed. This one we need to fix as well. I know this is would shake. And then this one, maybe the same thing. And then this one, I forgot the materials that we use here. What I'm gonna use is this parking so that we can see everything. So I'm just gonna do that in the front, and then make sure to save it again and change this back to hidden line, and then save, and then click see in Twinmotion. There you go. So once we add the materials again here, it will go inside of it as well. So there's no more white showing right here, which is much better. Although we forgot about here, but that's fine because everything is white right here. But here, when we added the wood, as you can see, the wood is wrapping around this one. So for the stucco, I want to increase the material there, and then here I want to change it to another material. Maybe a stone again. So I'm going to go back here, or we could add in a concrete. I like this one. Yeah, this one looks nice. Maybe we could exchange this part to this part. Let me see how it looks. Yeah, this one is much noticeable. So I'm just going to do it like that. I'm going to decrease and then change the materials for the front door. So I'll change it like that. That looks nice. And then I think the material here we need to turn on. It's already turned on. So that's fine. Now we just need to go here and change this one. So this is a stone. Let's use this brown. And then add a ground nature. And then use this. So that's good. And then man-made. Let's change this to concrete. Increase that. Another concrete there. Another concrete. This one, let's add the same thing. To the ones in front. And then for the inside of the house, what we could do is we could change this one as well. To the case here. And I'm just going to go back here in Twinmotion for the surface. And then here wood. Let's change this one to a plank wood. So this painted wood plank, I kind of like it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna undo it. I'm gonna add for both of them. But as you can see, the scaling is different for both of them. So I'm going to add this one and change the rotation 90 degree, and then scale it up a bit like that, and then here again change this to 90 degree, and then change the scale to something like that so it's not noticeable. And then here, reflective, this should be turned on, and then should be around grayish. We actually need to put this one there. And then for the, let's use this one, and then reflective. So something like that. And then for the wall, let's add more to here. What we could use, this is actually nice now. We don't need to change this one. I kind of like the texture of that. And then at the top here, let's go to roofing, and we could use this, and then just scale it up. So we're gonna continue this on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the materials. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add the materials for this, and what I'm gonna do is it will be another metal. So I'm gonna use brushed aluminum, and then reflectedness I'm going to increase, and then the grayness of it. I'm setting it like that, and then I'm gonna leave it looking like this. And then for this part, I'm just going to put this one the same one as this. Or I could just make it because this one got changed. This is paint 10. And then this one was added as asphalt. It shouldn't be like that. Should be still white. So that's good. So I'm just going to leave it like that. And then the reflectiveness of this one, I'm going to increase a bit. And a little bit darker. I'm going to select this one as well and put down the scale a bit. And then this one, I want the color to be a little bit grayish. So now, another important thing to do is go to settings. Here, we're going to turn on parallelism. That's one of the important things to do. Visual effects, go to color grade, change this to blue tint. And then here, under lighting, let's turn on sky dome. And then we need to click right here under more. And then go to low sun. And then overcast. We can do cloudy as well. So for overcast and cloudy, let's do number 5. So wait for it to process. And then let's do the rotation. So usually I like to rotate it about there. Let's try low sun cloudy 6, which is my favorite. And as you can see, it looks much better. I'm also going to scale this a bit. I want to scale that a bit like that. I'm just changing the scale. I want to try number 4 and how it reflects. So go back here, lighting, go to more, and then drop number 4. So number 4 looks nice as well. I want to try number 1. So let's do this. Number 1, low sun cloudy. And then the reflection of the sun above the house. Intensity, increase it a bit. And then we have more here. By changing the ambient, all the details will be shown. Go back here. We can change the exposure and then the white balance. I usually put it down a bit. and then do this sun intensity down. Pull down the ambient a bit, and then the white balance a bit. So that's perfect. So next thing, the location. I usually put this one to none, and then make sure to keep on saving it, because the next part is we're going to add in some trees and some grass. So now let's go back here, click this one, select the floor, and then once selected, you need to go on the right side on your scene graph. It will highlight the floor that you selected right here. Right click on that and then isolate on and off. Once we have that, we were able to add in grass by selecting context, vegetation paint, go back here, click on the grass, and then we're going to add in some grass. Let's add this one. Select this one so that you can change the density. After you selected that, you can now select here, and then you'll be able to change the diameter. You will need to do that so that because this one, once this is selected, you cannot change the density, and vice versa. So now we could just increase this so that we could just keep on adding around the area right here, and then just spread it out. And then once you finish, you just need to press escape, and then we have our grass right here. Select the bottom, right click again here, and then isolate. What we could change here is the type of grass that you're seeing. So you need to go back, go to materials, ground, nature, and then let's change it to grassy, so that at least now it looks much realistic and it looks much better. Things that we're gonna change or we're gonna add is some detailed grass or some bushes. Let's use agave for this one. But this one is too big, so let's make it smaller. Just good enough. And then you can just turn left by using your WSID. You can maneuver, hold on shift, and then drag and drop, and then the spacing will be 0.7 each, and then the number of plants that you want to add. So that one's too much, so we need to just delete this one, and maybe the one right here as well. So that looks good. What we could add here, let's go down. Let's add in some tropical plants. So let's add this. This is too big though. Let's add this one right about here in front. And then what we could do is we could make it smaller like that. Let's add it right here beside this wall, and then just keep on adding this one right there. And then here we could just turn this one around. And then this one, let's add the same height. And then this one, let's add this one as well. And then this one, this big one should be at the back here. Let's select all of this and then make it big. And then let's add more king palm. Right on this side. And then let's change the exposure a bit. What we could do is we could have it looking like that. Or what we could do is we can have a background. Location, background, like a mountainous background. So that's good. And then let's add in some bushes here. Let's add in some bamboos right here. Let's put this one at the background. And then let's put this one more, some random. and then on this side as well. And then now I'm just gonna select different kinds of trees and then put it randomly around here. And let's not forget to add trees in front. That will reflect the house or the glass. So I'm just adding randomly. I just want to change some of the heights here because it looks like everything is being done. So I'm just randomly increasing some of the heights here. And that looks good. I just want to change the exposure a bit because there's some instances that it is shining too bright. Just want to double check this one. What's the color that I assign? Okay, so that looks nice. I'm going to change the weather. Let's see if we could. If it looks better if it's winter time. So it's not. I want to see if there's a change in the color of the trees. So it looks like some of them did. So I'll change it like that. So that's not always green. And then let's open up some of them. So let's put some spacing. And then I just mistakenly press that. But now we could just save. And in the next video, I'm gonna show you guys how to create video and then image on this. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish adding the materials, and then we also added some trees and then some grass. Now we're gonna continue working on this, and then we're gonna finalize an image first. So here, let's go to media and then click on image. And then from here, we want to set first that our image is good to go. I'm going to lower the exposure a bit because I find it that it's too shiny. So now that I'm satisfied, I'm gonna lower the ambient and then the light intensity. Once you're happy, you need to save it first. And then once you save it, you can start creating a media image. So click media and then let's start creating image first. So I'm gonna create an image on this one. It looks dark. I'm gonna zoom in so that it will be viewed on all. So I'm gonna angle it like this. And then if you remember, we already turned on parallelism. So here, I'm setting it up. I'm gonna press number 2 on my speed just to have that nice angle, and then number 3 again. So I'm gonna angle it like that. And then here, what I can do is I'm gonna lower this a bit, because one of the purpose of me having this is to show this showcase. So I'm gonna zoom it like that. And then click image again. And then here I'm gonna refresh. Click modify. I want to check parallelism. I want to check the media. I want 4K with this, so that when I print, the format will be 4K. And then now, what I usually do is I turn this on. So this is the path tracer. What I usually do is put this one to low first. So let it render. And then from here, I adjust my exposure, sun intensity, usually around 2 I put. The ambient, I increase that for sure. So for the white balance, I drop it a little bit, around 500 is good. Lower the exposure a bit. And then we need to go back and forth with the camera. And then here we have contrast and then saturation. So the taste is up to you now, but I'm showing that the contrast, I kind of put it in 44, and then saturation is 41. This is very important. Go back to lighting and change it a bit. Ambient, I want to showcase the detail. So that's why I need to keep on changing those. And then make sure to refresh. Select this one. I'm going to select the metal. I want to lower the reflection. I don't want it too shiny. That's why I decrease that. Now go back to image. Check. And then let's see it on a high rendering. So this one will take time. So this is the look when we have it in high. So now what I want to do is I'm going to remove that and then move this one in the center to change the angle. So maybe around here, and then create an image again. And then move it right here again to change the angle. And then one thing that we forgot to add is light. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this. Go back to Revit. So here, I'm going to provide you guys some blocks that I created. So we have a spotlight face base circle. I'm going to provide this one in the second link of part 1. And then here, I usually put it first on top of this. And then you guys can just follow along. So any face, it will be added. So I'm going to add it on all of this. I'm going to add it right here as well, so I don't forget. And there. So once we add that, it will clearly give a better picture, a nicer picture as well. So here, go to ceiling, first floor. If you don't see it, it won't appear there. Ground floor. And then we should just go to view, plan view, reflected ceiling, roof, and second floor. You could just put second floor. So it's not showing. So what we could do is we could just go to first floor. Let's see if it's showing. It's not showing. Second floor. It's not showing as well. So it's actually right here. First floor ceiling. It's very small, so that's why I couldn't find it. I want to see where the door is so that I could so let me add that. Add multiple. I'm just going to add it all around. I think I added too much here, so I'm gonna delete it afterwards. Just using some spacing. So here we don't need. So I'm gonna delete every other. Only here I'm going to add those. And then after that, let's go to second floor. And I remember I added here. So let's go back to 3D and see. It's showing. Let's change the transparency or the view range. Unlimited, apply, and as you can see it will appear. You just need to add it. I'm going to copy this, put it here in front of the window, and then around here. What I can do is select this one and then copy. Just going to copy this and add it right about here, and add this one in the windows. Let's look at it in 3D. It looks too much. I'm gonna delete this ones. This one I'm going to move. And I think that's good enough. You can use AL to align them all together. So that's good. Go back to 3D, save, and then see in Twinmotion again. Now we need to quit again. Change your speed to number 4. Press escape. And then we need to zoom in right here. We need to select that. This one should be changing reflection. Turn on. And then now you need to go here, go back to materials, and then look for neon. And then this neon should be right there. Change this to around 10 so that it doesn't reflect too much glow. Press escape. And then now here, change your speed to number 2 or number 3. We need to add light. So this is another tedious part, but we need to do it. So I need to add spotlight. Put it up like that. Make sure this is right in the spotlight. You will need to change the color a bit. And then this one you need to put it in 3. And then now you will need to keep on adding to the location. So most of the time you just need to angle yourself. And then this one can help because if you click this, it will be in the same line as well. And then the good thing about copying as an instance is if you change one, it will change on all. Oops, cancel this. Hold on shift and grab it from the corner here. And then now we just need to keep on adding it. Oh, sorry. So cancel this. And then let's go back here, and then click here, and then do it again. That's perfect. Now we need to do it right about here. So we're gonna add the same thing. Change this one, make it to 3. Select this again, pull it up so that it's in the right elevation, and just add it. And then you added the last one. Change your speed to number 4, and then once you go back to media and see, select that one, and then change you can see the difference with and without. This one as well, you can select that one, and then you can see the difference. So now go back to media, and then let's create. So let's quit first. So once you quit, you'll be able to change the exposure again because it looks like it's dark. So this one is good. So now let's create some scene. So go back to media, video, and then we need to create our first scene, which is going front. Click that one, and then move it to your action. So my action is going forward. So I want to go forward. But I want to redo that because my angle is crooked. So I'm gonna redo that by selecting this refresh, go forward, and then selecting create keyframe. You can change the amount of seconds right here, and then now once you go, it will look like that. If you want it to be faster, change the speed. So that one's good. My next is around here. So I'm gonna create a new part. So I always review what I did so that you can see any changes that you want to do. Now I'm going to create another one, but doing this. We're gonna change this to 8 and then the other one to 8 as well. And then let's add in some still picture. So here I'm gonna put 4. Then another one, 4 seconds. Create another one, just going out like that. Let's do with this one 6 seconds. I want to do something like this. I want to refresh that. Going across. And then let's put this one at 6 again. Another one going up here. Around 5 seconds. And then going out like this. Another 6 seconds. So let's review what we did. Okay, that's good. So usually I rename this as show real, and then I duplicate again, and then I rename this one as shorts, and then after that I change the width and height. So custom, And always, in short, you will need to review everything. So because here, as you can see, it's so far. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start from here and then just move it closer. This one's good. This one is out of frame. So I'm going to redo this. So let's see. That's not bad. This one, we need to go back and then just change it. Again, next, I want to showcase the angle here. This one, I'm gonna move it forward. So by just doing refresh, you'll be able to redo all the things that you've done. And then there we have it. Make sure to save it again. And then you just need to go to export, select all or individual. You can even select one of this, and you're good to go. And then just click on start export. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.